Hello, YouTube. We're reading the book today. Yeah, the Bible. Um, so, just in case anyone's not aware, you know, my username is a portmanteau of sun and moon in Latin. I'm sure other people can be like, it's also sun and moon in other languages. Yes, it's because a lot of languages actually use the same root words. Anyways, so yeah, my username is quite literally sun and moon, technically. So in some ways you would say it's sacrilegious as a Genshin player to not have read Before Sun and Moon. But like, I should try to see if YouTube chat's gonna work today. Come on. But you know, I had a short yap already to Twitch. Wow, it works. I had a short yap to Twitch. By the way, someone did a play with the cats redeem, so I had to play with the cats for a second. So let me yap while I do that, I suppose. DD sees it. I see his head bobbing. So I'm aware of like what the impact is of the book on that. Like, it's like the book of Celestia Forbidden Knowledge that has a bunch of lore details in it. I'm not the biggest fan of like how for a long time Genshin's the thing that people glaze about Genshin's world building or whatever was the fact that these books had information inside of it, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of qualms with how they write much parts of Genshin's story, right? And I don't think the way they integrated the books was super well done, is my vibe. But I am curious what is actually contained within said book, and for context for why I decided to do it today, one, I just thought it'd be a fun thing to do today, and two, there was a post I saw with that was shared with here I can show you. You got bored of it already? No. Oh, there we go. Boop. Wait, I mean, the Nicole emote is definitely what baited me, I will admit. Yeah, I picked out a few really good books myself. Light novels, fairy tales. Huh? Why does this love poem collection look so familiar? When the doves have... no, not that one. You're not reading that. That, from my understanding, is the start of Before Sun and Moon. Yeah. So, you did it, Hoyoverse. You got me. I'll read your book. I'll read the damn Bible. And I like how Oster's just like, I will sit here and observe. Oh, I should share. You know what? I think I might try to pull up one of my one of the pictures I shared to the Discord. The members only Discord, that is. But anyways, is the Discord broken? What do you mean? What do you mean, is the Discord broken? Do I need to refresh the stupid YouTube thing again? I haven't had to refresh the Twitch thing. But the YouTube integration broke once because apparently like the YouTube integration has to be logged into every few months, which is such a pain in the ass. Yet another stupid thing about YouTube, by the way. So if anyone became a member on YouTube that I missed for whatever reason and you couldn't join the member Discord, let me know. For me, nothing shows up at all on it. Okay, I can check the Twitch integration as well, I guess. But there was no issues with that. But you might have to try to relink your Twitch account, like you unlink and relink your Twitch account in Discord. And then go to your connections, in your connections page, that is. And in your connections page, it should show up there as Soluna's moon creatures with a little pink icon with a fox. So, anyways. What was I saying? So yeah, I'm curious, like, what the information in the Genshin lore Bible will be. As far as specifics, I am aware that, like, you know, it is the Forbidden Knowledge book that, you know, the reason Nicole doesn't want you to read that is because Nicole doesn't want you to be smited by Celestia, essentially, which is fair. You know, I don't begrudge her for that. So, Oops, I'm getting stuck on the stupid tripod. Get off. There we go. Okay. Anyways, so oh hello, Ren gifted 5 memberships. Heckin' thank you. Lito got a membership. Nice. Thank you for the gifted. Yeah. So I guess I refreshed this like a month ago or something when I last saw that it had the problem. So you should be able to go to your connections page in Discord and it should show up there. But anyways, it's just a pretty chill server. But let me know if the integrations don't work. I don't know. Yeah, the Twitch one should work. I haven't heard anyone that have an issue with the Twitch one before, you Balabuva. Other than like the normal issue that happens where sometimes people have to re-add their account. But yeah, I don't know. I can look into it, but not immediately at this moment. So. Oh, there's stuff to talk about later, by the way, or maybe we'll talk about it right away. I don't know. With because I was provided some calcs on how Lohan scales with him. Look at this Duvis with his claw stuck in the blanket.
Whatever you prefer.
Dude, retract your claw. I assure you, he just needs to retract his claw. There you go. Oh, very orange, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize you went in the hot. I'm surprised Didi hasn't tried to take it away. Usually he tries to take toys away into another room. But anyways, Lohan's kit looks so fun. Yeah, it does indeed look fun. But yeah, I think there's some interesting things to discuss that were the things that I already suspected was the case with how Lohan's kit works. As far as how different Lohan teams, like this was looking at 3 different Lohan team formats, scale with different levels of investment, like, and how his kit works in a way that I would generally say pulling support constellations is better for Lohan than elsewise. But you also have some other interesting things in, like, if you want to do, say, Burn Melt Lohan, Mawika is about as good as Durin, but also PMC is basically as good as Mawika for buffing Lohan, except they do less personal damage, but they still do damage. So, you know, stare at the wall now, creature. Okay, I think the cats might be done playing. Forgive the pile of cat hair there, by the way. I literally made that little pile of cat hair right before I started the stream because I was like, oh, look at all the cat hair on the cat tree. I'm going to clean that up. But I didn't go throw it away yet. So, anyways. Oh, hello. I should zoom out the camera. Boop. Alright, there you go. Emily will be a good teammate for Lohan. Yep. So yeah, it's an interesting set of graphics that I can go over because I think they are worthwhile. But yeah, C2 Durin for obviously Durin forward melt is a pretty significant upgrade. Because it's kind of a team format made around Durin's damage, but also Durin's constellations are notable in that they don't just buff Durin, right? Although C1 Durin if Durin's in dark mode, so for forward melt Durin, you do only buff Durin with C1 Durin, but C2 Duran, regardless of if you're doing dark mode or light mode, does buff all characters. So, yeah. Ran with 34 months. Holy frick. Good lord. Thank you. Okay, instead of doing the Discord or OBS capture on Discord, let me just pull up the photo manually. Let's see. I want to show you because so Didi, the orange creature, on Friday night, I believe this was, I randomly heard him hiss. And then I look over, and he is the most floof. I really want a C6 boat in the Golden Durant. Yeah, that seems expensive. He is the most floof that I've ever seen him floof. Like, look at this floof. Osher's just right there, like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I think he hissed at Otru, but it wasn't like they weren't attacking. He just was, like, really upset. And he expanded in size by 17%. 17 times, actually, more than percent. But yeah, his tail is, like, 10 times bigger. He was very... just out of the oven, yeah. So, I don't know what was up with him. Asserting dominance, yeah, I guess. So, and Osher was just like, what do you want, bro? Osher just being chill as is general of him. So, anyways, yeah, that's the kind of pictures you can get on the member Discord.
Would you like to go
expand at will? No, I don't think I can get him to expand. Let's try.
Or we could go to the moon and gaze down at
Floof. Oh, that was a failed snap. Floof. 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 I've never snapped my fingers with them, actually. I think he's confused by his finger snapping. Okay. He doesn't floof on command. But yeah, there was definitely, like, I assume, like, the most likely thing. So the one other time I've seen DD be like get angry at Oshru. They've never attacked each other. Does he have a tear in his eye? He has some. I'm going to take them for their checkup soon. Like, so the sneezing problem is like mostly gone. He still sneezes like more than you would normally expect. But for a little while now, he's had like a weird amount of like water, like crying, come out of his right eye specifically, and his right nostril is also the issue that had the problem before. So anyways, it's not that problematic, but yeah, sometimes he has like a weird amount of material coming out of his eye, and yeah, it might just be allergies. So anyways, fluff up. I have granola bar. I think it just went in my throat. 1 second. Just water. What's wrong with that? Maybe it's a cat hair in my throat. I don't know. Maybe I have allergy. I'm alive. Yay. Soluna hairball. Yeah. But yes, cats do indeed floof up when angry or scared. The one other time I've heard him get upset at Oshru is when there was a bug. Oh. Look what this doofus is doing. I didn't move the toy there. He just dragged the toy from where it was under the table. This is what he does. He'll grab it and he'll yoink it, and then he realizes it's really heavy and he drops it somewhere nearby.
Would you like to go moon gazing?
What a doofus.
You can sit in my rocking chair and admire the view. Or we could go to the moon and gaze down.
Anyways, sorry, cats are being very distracting today. So yeah, but anyways, he was really upset. There was a bug inside the apartment, like it was a centipede or something. So it was a fairly large one that was particularly wriggly in a way that was very appealing to the cat, to both of them. And Dee Dee, I think, decided that that was his bug. Do not fuck with me, Oshru. It's my bug. And I saw him hiss and floof up. He didn't floof up like he did in that photo. It was just a little bit of tail floof, which is more common. And he was very upset, claiming ownership over that bug. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm in Enkonomi, by the way, because this is where the book is. Wait, do I have it? I don't know. Maybe do I have to go get it first? Oops. I'm a just sub. Yes, I do post it. If I take a cat picture that I think is share worthy, I usually share it to the Discord first, the member Discord. What a stupid looking cat. He is a goof. The ads got to me. Thank you, Harshal. Oh, that explains why no one was talking about or responding to what I was saying. Do I need to repeat what I was saying with the Oshru being upset about or Oshru claiming ownership over a bug? That's all. That's the main other time I've seen him be upset at Oshru. Is Dee Dee decided that a centipede that was in the apartment was his and not Oshru's, and got very, very territorial over said bug before I think he murdered and ate it. Did he get the bug in the end? Yeah, I believe so. Books. We're not gonna read it immediately. We'll do dailies first, but do I have it? Do I have the Bible? Does it show up? Does it not show up in this list here? Lower knowers. Give the cats a treat. Okay, you're doing all the cat redeems today. A lot of people are frustrated about Lohan not being standard. Yep. I think Hoyoverse is frankly, like, again, I've said this recently, how maybe some of what our frustrations are just attributed more to incompetence rather than any malice on Hoyoverse's part. You could say it's malicious to, like, I think what's most likely is that Lohan was planned to be standard banner, but then they decided they decided, presumably because there was positive response to him, to make him limited banner, and then they buffed him a little bit, not a ton, but they buffed him a little bit in the beta to account for that. So yeah, I don't think the leakers were wrong. I think he was intended to be standard originally. Like we gotta remember that he had very much, like, made sense that he was standard in every level. Now at C0, he's perfectly fine as a limited unit, but really reliant on other limited units. Skirk moment, basically. It's under the Byakuya. Okay. Byakuya Yoku. Koku? What? Byakuya Koku. Alright, right there. Let's go. Sick. See. So I have all of them. This is the whole... Why do people call this before sun and moon? Or I don't have it. Volume 2. Oh, okay. So Before Sun and Moon is specifically Volume 2? Are the other ones not important? It's the name of the book you get when you pick it up in the quest. Okay. So it's the Genshin community being unnecessarily obtuse with the terms they use to describe things. Instead of describing it as the term it actually says it is in-game, we gotta call it something else. Okay. Thank you, community, for using the fake name. Um, you can look, but not yet collected. If yet, well, I have it. So Hoyo also calls it before Sun and Moon. Yeah, but if it's just in if it's not in the like menu, that doesn't help. Like do in many ways, I feel like the lore section, the lore enjoyer part of the Genshin community, is accidentally more gatekeepy about things than even the combat community, which is crazy because the combat community is incredibly gatekeepy in an awful way. Hoyo called it before Sun and Moon once on stream, and they were joking about the fact that's how the community call it. Okay, so Hoyoverse made fun of it. Right? There's like 5 books under 5 different titles. Yeah, like, which is fine. But like, I don't know. Just like referring to it, when people like refer to this as the Genshin Bible, and I can't easily find it because of the fact that everyone calls it something different, is like, it's all the, oh, we just assumed you knew. Well, like, no. What if someone wants to get into Genshin's lore?
Don't worry about me. I can
Like,
keep
we
up.
should talk about things in ways that make it easy for people to look into things, right? And there's certainly plenty of like lingo, to be clear, attached to like Genshin's combat that is obviously can accidentally be gatekeepy. But like this before Sun and Moon thing, like where it's listed in there under a completely different name, is as if like I called something that's like fundamental to a Genshin character kit something completely different, right? Like what would this even be the equivalent of in my head? Like I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, hi, came late because I was driving. Welcome, Lito. I think you got a gifted membership on YouTube, by the way, which is funny. So, anywho's, I got the book, which is cool, but it's just, I don't know. I don't think it helps people get into the Genshin's lore if we call it by something that it isn't actually found by in-game, other than when it's first picked up, I guess. But I feel like, wait, is the reason people call it Before Sun and Moon because the quest is called Before Sun and Moon? It's like combat. Oh yeah, actually that's the best example. You were that. Thank you, Risu. It's like, yeah, combat creators calling everything fucking quills. I have tried to I call them both flat. I've always called them flat buffs because I think flat buffs is the better way to describe them. Or additive buffs, right? To be clear, there's nuance to things and how we can describe things, and like I get why people call it quills, but yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, it's called quill buffs because Shenhe was the first to do quill buffs. Although technically, by the way, fucking Yunjin was the first one to do quill buffs, FYI. Did you know that? Did you know that? Because Yunjin and Shenhe released the same goddamn patch, and technically Yunjin was available first. But I don't think these have a name for them, do they? I don't remember if they do. No, they just say like damage increase. Because these don't have a name associated with them, so people call it quill buffs. Anyways, colloquialism bad? Yeah. If you are a lore enjoyer for Genshin, you're like, oh, why is it so hard for those other Genshin players to get into Genshin's lore, right? Like, I think about this shit with Genshin's combat. What do we? How does the way we talk about things affect other people's ability to get into and enjoy Genshin's combat, right? I think if you're a lore enjoyer, you should think about the same things, right? And since it was not given fully in one go, but it's in volumes, and the volume that was forbidden for the Heavenly Principles was before Sun and Moon. Okay. That doesn't change the fact that that's what everyone describes it. You see comments all over the place saying before Sun and Moon. Before Sun and Moon, before Sun and Moon. And without externally going and searching, like if you see before Sun and Moon, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I want to go read this book. Let's see if I collected it. You'll do what I did. If that's the default behavior you do, you would do what I did and be like, okay, go through my books. I've gone through this 20 times. I don't see a single thing named before Sun and Moon. What you're doing is forcing someone to externally have to do a search and whatever. So yes, I think it's the same as quills. Exactly. Like, it is an accidentally gatekeepy term that is not helpful, I think, for helping people do something. And like Before Sun and Moon is like supposed to be the introducer, I feel like. It's always like the hook for getting into lore. That's why I'm stuck on this so much. This is supposed to be like, oh, this is the book you start with. This is the thing you read first. Read Before Sun and Moon. You see it fucking everywhere for anyone trying to recommend getting into lore. And then I try to look for it in game and I can't without knowing inside information. That's the problem. It's like if we introduce Genshin's combat by saying, oh, go understand quill buffs. Like, what? It's bad. Before Sun and Moon is easier than all the book's real name. I mean, that's probably the real reason, to be clear. Yes, I agree with you, Jason. The real reason people probably call it Before Sun and Moon is because English people can't deal with, like, does anyone know? Anyone that speaks like Mandarin, Japanese, whatever, know what in the Asia side of the world, what people call it over there? And what's the best direct translation? Because I'm sure people discuss it over there, right? But I don't know. Do they call it Before Sun and Moon, or do they call it like Volume 2 of the Byakuyoku collection? Right? Considering Hoyo joked about it, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because if the joke came in the English, like they have a team. But I don't know. Yeah, I know it's Japanese. That's why I said Mandarin or Japanese. It's White Knight Kingdom. They call it Before Sun and Moon too? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I will die on this hill. I don't care, by the way. I will die on this hill that calling it this when it's referred to something completely differently in-game for how you actually find it is unnecessarily obtuse and makes it harder to get into the lore when this is meant to be like the introducer of like, hey, you want to read more of the in-game materials, go read this, and you can't read this, it's actually called something else than what we call it. That's all. Okay? That's all. I don't get what you're talking about. Ish. I literally just went into here trying to find the thing that everyone calls it. And you can't find it by the thing everyone calls it. I am a live streamer, so I had to ask my chat, what the fuck is it actually called? Why am I supposed to have to know that? I'm getting introduced from the lore by having to know inside information that the thing that everyone says to read to start is actually called something else in game? I don't know. Anyways. What is it? What called? Is my question? Oh, sorry. I thought you were jumping into the general conversation. We're reading Before Sun and Moon, but apparently it's not called Before Sun and Moon. Clearly, this is I must have unintentionally sensed this long ago. This is why I rejected reading the Bible, because the Bible was not actually my name in the first place. It was not Soluna. It was not Before Soluna. It was Byakuyoku. We're not reading. No, I'll read it still, to be clear. It's just in my head. I gotta have my rant. Anyways, it's found by Orobashi. It's not written or associated by Orobashi Enka. They were punished for reading it. Yeah, I'm aware of that. So felt more like the players call it this. Yes. So anyways, I like, quite frankly, to give Hoyover some credit, I like that this is just like a boring name in the archive, because it's like a historical record type of deal. It's like, yeah, it's the collection of the records of this kingdom, and then volume 1, 2, 3, or 4. Like, this actually makes more sense. I actually prefer this. And like, if people described it of like, I don't know. But Before Sun and Moon is like, ooh, what a dramatic sounding name. It's like you're telling a dramatic story. But I don't know. It almost feels like that it encapsulates all the problems I've had trying to get into Genshin's lore in a weird way. It's a microcosm. The problem of the community calling it Before Sun and Moon when it's called something different in the archive is a microcosm of the problems I've had with how the lore community talks about stuff in general. Is really maybe all my frustration is, to be clear. But yeah, if they had called it Before Sun and Moon in the archive, it would have been fine. It wouldn't have had this problem because it wouldn't have had an issue finding it. Anyways, do I pull Nicole or Duran if I don't have either? I mean, Duran is better on his own than Nicole is. Nicole is a great character, though. It depends on your account. I don't have a clear way to recommend one way or the other. So, in Mandarin, I'm pretty sure it's something is I can't read Mandarin, obviously. It translates to Sun and Moon Tales. Okay. Then that makes a little bit more sense, at least, if the original. Oops, I meant to go translate. If the original Tales of Sun and Moon, Ryue Kyanshi, Chianchi, I think it's Chianchi. I don't know what the tonality is, to be clear. I don't speak with tones, my bad. If that's the original, assuming that's an accurate literal translation, that makes much more sense. And I'm willing to forgive the community a little bit more for that. But it doesn't fix the fundamental flaw of, like, it accidentally being gatekeepy on this side of things. Anyways. We'll read the book, though. We read the book. Is there anything for the lower enjoyers, though? Is there any reason I should read? Because I must admit, this did... When I glanced through that, I did definitely notice it was extremely short. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was gonna be reading for 30 minutes. It's not like short. Don't get me wrong. Should I read the other volumes or should I just read the two? So now it's the fault of localizers. Yeah, I can blame the localizers a bit more now here. But to be clear, it still is emblematic of how the lower community talks about things in ways that makes it very, very hard to just, like, get into things. So, anyways, ask Nicole to read it. Will do. I think you should read it all. They aren't connected to the Sun and Moon story. Okay. Yeah, Yurei not being here for the stream that I choose to read before Sun and Moon is very funny. What am I spending resin-wise today? Oh no, I know what I'm doing. We'll come back to Enkonomi. I'll vibe. We can read the book in Enkonomi. I think it's a good place to vibe to. Actually, is it? No. We're gonna read in the freaking Temple Space Library. That's a better place to read. We're gonna go pre-farm prune materials. That is why I had this team active, by the way. I was collecting materials in Nodcry yesterday. And they highlight things on the map, and they also kill this thing quickly. I probably didn't need a burst, realistically. No more lies. Oh, Yurei was here, then they can't stay. Rip. My condolences. Yeah, okay. Well, so how about, should we read it? I don't know. Was volume 1 long? Because Before Sun and Moon's volume 2. It's probably fine, but I don't know. Maybe I'll read volume 1 first, and then if I'm like, wow, this was nothing, maybe I just won't read the rest, I guess, other than volume 2. We'll see. What does Nefer say? I always hear I see tomato. I have no idea, actually. I haven't paid enough attention. She doesn't have very iconic sounding voice lines for some reason. I've never noticed that. So yeah. Oh, does the Chinese title have a different symbol? Wow, I didn't kill it. Needing 3 charger shots to kill it. Wow. Crazy. 4-liner. Meh. Alright. What do I have? 32. Okay. Profile.
It all adds no more lie. Can't hide the truth.
Icy
It
tomato.
all falls into place. Time to come clean. Let's see what you're made of. The deception ends here. Seek within.
Which of these lines sounds like
Let's
icy
see what
tomato?
you're made of. Time to come clean. It all falls into place. Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
I'd have to check the. It's probably
No
something that
more
has the same
lies.
syllables.
It all adds up.
Syllable count.
No
Icy
more lies.
tomato.
Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place. Time to come clean. Let's see what you're made of.
Let's see what you're made of. Okay.
Let's see
Icy
what you're made
tomato.
of. Let's see
Icy
what you're made
tomato.
of.
It does have the same pacing. Okay. Icy tomatoes. Alright. I like icy tomatoes more.
Three moons converge. Lush as the moonlight for the everlasting forest. Positions.
You know.
Yeah.
Whoops. Whatever.
Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of.
I don't hear tomato, but you know. That is a funny mishearing, though. It's almost as good as Chupa. Chupa. I still can't believe that it's actually Truth Bomb. Like, what the fuck? Oh, the human brain is weird. It's a weird, weird machine. Okay. Frolova asks, where's the joystick? I don't know. Who's Frolova? What the... Somehow I pressed E and then F. And then... Okay, why did I click the special dialogue option?
Ad
All right.
Astra Abyss.
Wooa. Ah, I see. I thought I was... I wasn't sure. I'm like vaguely familiar of like all the Star Rail character names, so... You know, would have been slightly surprised if that was a Star Rail character. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Do I have it open on my browser still? Doot. I do. There we go.
Trust your eyes.
Primo gem code in case
People
you got.
only
Oh
see
god
what
damn
they
it.
want to. So don't be your own fool.
I guess I'll just copy the link for you guys. In case you haven't redeemed that code. That is a 60 Primo Gem code that I just remembered I needed to redeem as well. Do. Paste, spam. Yay. Primo Gems. Okay. Okay. Let's get into reading the book, methinks. Although I'd also need to definitely, definitely need to do the event today, by the way. Yeah, there are 3 days left. Yeah, okay. At least the main meat of it. ER sands on Llama with Sig? Yes, you usually do. That is why there's a big part of the reason why her Sig is not as good as it might seem at face value is because, yes, it gives a shit ton of EM, but the fact that you need to switch to an ER sands means it's probably not that much EM increase. And in fact, I think somewhat of the value of Llama Sig can depend on how god tier of a EM timepiece you have. If you have an ER timepiece. If you have an ER timepiece that has like 120 EM, this is possible. If you have an ER timepiece with 120 EM in substats, that is the kind of timepiece that makes her Sig, I think, a little bit better, indirectly. You probably don't have that, though. So, in fact, basically no one has that timepiece. So, you know, you just use an ER Sans because you need to burst on her. And her Sig is a little bit worse because of that. But it's not bad. It just is not as compelling as it seems at first glance because of that. Okay, let's go to the library. We'll read here. I have 1200 EM on Llama before buffs. Is this enough? Yes. Like I run 1069. I have the ability to go higher. To be clear, you're probably on 2piece EM. If I was on 2piece EM, I probably would be around 1200. But I don't have, like, I have the ability to put a lot of EM, to be clear, on 2piece. But then I had to put someone else in deep, which is a pain in the ass. And I don't have that good of ER combinations. Like, I have this Deepwood piece with 77 EM and 18 ER. That's a god piece for Llama. This does not have 18 ER. So, and I got a similar situation with a Feather. Like, 90 EM is great, but no ER, very bad. So, yep. I just happen to have really good Deepwood artifacts, so I'm basically always going to use Deepwood for her. Which is fine, because it lets me then, like, use something like Instructors on Nilu. Which then gives more EM to Llama anyways, right? And the whole team. Like, it is overall net gain for me. But anyways, 1200 EM with 2piece, if you're bursting over rotation, is fine. But yeah, I selectively, if I feel the need to, can switch to this. If I need 250 ER, go to 1025 EM at a base before buffs. Or I usually use this middle ground one, right, with 2 ER rolls and 3 EM rolls. Or I have the option, if I don't need the ER at all, go to 93 EM. Go to about 1100. But, yeah. Anyways. So with 2piece, 1200 is very healthy. Let's go sit down in a chair. I don't know if we hear idols when we're in the book menu, to be clear, but just in case, put the couch down. I think I can't put it on the stairs. I forget where the couch is. There it is. Why is it called a day bed? Like, I guess it is a little bit of a bed. Bed you curl up on. Why does it have a propeller? I don't know why I never looked that closely at it before. That's a little funky. Anyways, okay. Minecraft and ER Deepwood Sands have 200 EM Deepwood pieces already. Thanks for the long answer. Nice. Yeah, if you have a really good combination of ER and EM substats, I think Deepwood is somewhat neglected on Llamas simply because of the fact that the like KQM standards evaluation puts like 2piece ahead, which is fair. And a lot of people will have better 2piece builds, to be clear, but it ultimately depends on what exact team you're using, and you got to figure out who first makes the most sense in Deepwood. And if you have the ideal artifacts for Deepwood Llama, I think it does make sense, right? But you have to use someone else on a different artifact set than to take advantage of Deepwood properly. Like, if you're not using Instructors, it's less good. So if I had Nahida in the team, for example, Nahida cannot trigger Instructors for real. But like someone like Sucrose can, as long as I get a swirl. So yeah. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, book. All right, I take a drink of water, clear my throat. Yeah, volume 1 is short. Sure, I'll read it. Then I'll read the big one. The one that Nicole says, no, don't read that. Yes. Hoyle versus marketing. Oh yeah, I'll read through these. I haven't actually looked through this yet either. And Angel's duties. But yes, the Hoyle lab post that Hoyle shared. This is what has convinced me. It's Nicole. Nicole tells me I shouldn't read something, then that means I must read it. Are the cats around? Did I miss a cat can redeem? Yes. But boop. There you go. Farm nighttime whispers or Notsu. The more resin efficient thing is to farm Notsu. But Nighttime Whispers is what you want on Navia if you ever plan to use her long term outside of a Nod Cry team. So, yeah. Do. Oh, there's a treats redeem. Oh, okay. I guess we're doing treats redeem. I missed that. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, there was a treats redeem. Okay. I did see that. I just forgot. Cat, really? Do you have to step on my mouse? You click my mouse. Also, as always, the treats make the cats. Osher was being so cute in the little hut. Now he's not going to be in the hut. Oh well. Oh well. Oh. Okay, there we go. 9 days till Nicole. Are you going for cons and weapon? I do want. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do for weapon targeting wise. Like, technically, Duran's weapon is more impactful in my account. I believe. But I also want Nicole's weapon because, at minimum, I just want to have a no compromises weapon option for her. So yeah. And then secondarily, I like Nicole. Thirdendarily, it's an interesting weapon option for DPS Lanion, for particularly from the perspective of I don't necessarily think it's better than Sacrifice, to be clear. But if it was a crit stat stick, to be clear, and gave this much energy for Lanyon, I think it would be potentially better than Sacrifice. The fact that it's an attack stat stick means I don't think it is, right? But it has the highest potential at a baseline because of the energy refunding, which is interesting. So I don't know. For non-sacrifice weapons for Lanyon, it's one I want to test on DPS Lanyon, particularly when not using Nicole with Lanyon. The problem with Nicole's weapon on Lanyon is that Nicole is a relevant teammate for Lanyon. So if I'm using Nicole with Lanyon, it probably makes more sense to put Nicole's weapon on Nicole to buff Lanyon and then use Lanyon on Sacrifice, rather than put Nicole's weapon on Lanyon and Nicole on what? Like Fav, I guess, right? So, Star Rail challenge account? No. If you mean, am I planning to log back into my Star Rail account on Tuesday to see if I get the pink-haired creature? And maybe I'll play a little bit more Star Rail to level up a new team with that character? Yes, but also if I lose the 50-50, I am 100. I am 100% uninstalling Star Rail. if I lose that 50-50. So, anyways, I want Nicole's weapon. The problem is I also kind of want Duran's weapon, and like, it's annoying. The ideal situation for me is probably pathing to either of the weapon and then losing to the other one in going for it. But like, the annoying situation, if I want both of them, and let's say I path to Nicole weapon, and I get Nicole weapon with a 5-star, that doesn't give me a fate point because I pathed to Nicole's weapon, right? So then I'd have to continue wishing on the banner for Duran's weapon, and the game might give me another fucking copy of Nicole's weapon. Right, like, Sweet Lolly Sig on Nicole's not bad outside of Hex teams. I guess that's true. Yeah. So, anyways, it's weird. I'm gonna go over some stuff with Lohan, then we'll actually include some graphics on like what Nicole's weapon does for some teams, for Lohan in particular, to give you like a little bit of a picture of the landscape of how different weapon options look, both for Duran and Nicole. But yeah, and then as far as Nicole cons go, I mean, I'm fairly committed to just wanting C6 Prune at this point. Like, I think she'll be the default character I'd like to pair with Varka most of the time. for an anima unit. Not always, to be clear. Like, I think Hydrovarca, Hydrovarca is going to be interesting on a level of using, like, will Prune be better than Jean? If I put Prototype Amber either on Mona or on Prune. I don't know, right? So, versus Jean. It'll be interesting. So, yeah, anyways, I want Prune because Prune's an interesting character in general, even regardless of Varka. I also want Prune C6 because of how that might be interesting in Master with Lanyon. I am skeptical that that's going to become my preferred team. I think after next patch, my preferred team with Lanyon is going to be Duran on a gameplay level. I'm not sure if it's going to be Bennett or Nicole, but at a baseline, it's going to be Duran, Bennett or Nicole, then Venti, and Lanyon, I think. But maybe something about Prune will be compelling enough that I will prefer Prune. So, yeah. Anyways, Venti's going to be like nicer on an energy situation for Lanyon in particular. That I think I'm going to prefer Venti. So, and Venti for taking more advantage potentially of Nicole's buff, as well as, I mean, Prune takes advantage of Nicole's buff too, but in a different way. And then, but taking advantage of Nicole's Q buff. Although, the main problem with Nicole, Bennett, Venti with Lanyon is that's 3 5-star burst animations potentially if Nicole's burst is worth using. So I don't know. Anyways, so let's read. Anyways, there's a plane going overhead the building right now. No, Prune C2 is a perfect. Don't get baited too much by Prune C6. Like, I want Prune C6, but like, Prune is a good character without C6, right? Yes, they did the Hoyoverse thing where they balanced it in a way where, like, you will probably feel and see a much more notable upgrade with C6, but, like, you don't need it. I know that I don't need it, but I want it, right? We'll see how my gacha luck goes, but yeah. Anyways. So, Volume 1, so again, Volume 2 is the one that actually is before Sun and Moon, but let's give her a read. Mysterious creation conceals, the sun and moon omens reveal, 3 corners in darkness shrouded, the void by 5 saints clouded. Okay, I kind of want to nitpick the fact that this Volume 1 is not before Sun and Moon, but then this book starts with calling, or saying Sun and Moon, further confuses things, but anyways. The universe has no beginning and no end, and so it was with the land that once was. But this matters not to us, for the land that bears us no longer has anything to do with that eternity without start or ceasing. So said the lone sage, Abaraku, to the first sun child. The sun child had long intended to punish Abaraku. Summoning the sage before the throne in this manner was but an additional way of making things difficult for him before detaining him. Legend has it that Abaraku was opened up to wisdom by Tokyo Ukami. Okami? No, it's Okami. And was thus able to bring light to Enkonomia, which had till then never seen the sun. But the sun child grew I can't speak today. But the sun child grew jealous of his talents, thus imprisoning him for life. How nice. Yet these children of the sun never considered that Abaraku not created that underground star. Had Abaraku not created that underground star, they never would have existed in the first place. Okay. The origin of heaven and earth is like the chicken and egg, and are not dragons and snakes kin? No sooner had the sage Abaraku uttered these words than he was overthrown by troops lying in ambush. Correct. Sorry. At the time, Enkonomia had only just been... sorry, okay. I'm sorry. So many of the ways that these books are written is so still, to me, like high school AP English essay writer. Not like something that's written in the context of like a historian recording the history of the world, which is how it would actually make sense to me. That's my vibe. I don't know. Anyways, it's fine. at that time, it just makes it hard to compute. Particularly, it's particularly when I'm trying to read out loud and compute in my brain at the same time. Because I have the problem that many people have. To be clear, is when you read out loud, it's harder for me to compute the information itself, and which is part of where I'm slipping up here. Anyways, Tokyo Okami is Istaroth. Oh, okay, interesting. I love when Genshin casually rage baits you. Alright. At that time, Enkanomiya had only just been bought some breathing room. So, why did I just summarize the lines there? Actually, if anything, that summarizes the problem. That summarizes the problem with the writing in my head, where like my brain like reads this, bought some room to breathe, and I'm like, bought some breathing room. Right? Anyways, brought some room to breathe by the appearance of the sun. The dragon heirs loved the dark and shunned the light, and thus could no longer act with impunity. By the way, some of the problems is probably related to like maybe overly literal translation, which is fine. There's no right way to do translations. I understand. The days when the dragon heirs would rampage and graze upon humanity, yummy, like so much grass had at last come to an end, where the people of Enkanomiya finally had the means to resist. Do cows exist in Genshin? How likely is it? Well, there's definitely vegetarians. I don't know. I haven't seen many grass grazing species in Genshin. There's deer and like elk. There's llamas. Veressa, that's true. Veressa, the only cow in Genshin Impact who eats clearly eats a lot of grass, and definitely not her own kind. We have milk too. Oh yeah, so cows probably exist. We just never seen them. Well, to be clear, other creatures produce milk, but anyways, rereading makes sure. Okay. Yet it came to pass that the flaws in human nature would rear their ugly heads even before such outside threats could be quelled. The people chose a sun child, crowned him king, and worshipped him, and yet he ruled with a brutal hand, framing the righteous. Unnumbered years would pass before a young child of Enkanomiya would make a wager with his peers. Alone, he would die beyond the three corners, evading the trail of the dragon heirs, in search of a dragon bone flower. But what he found instead with the great cavern was a mighty serpent, one he had never seen before. Somehow, as he gazed upon the serpent's titanic form, the child felt no fear, but instead a kind of kinship. I am the profane serpent. Though, is this how Orobashi speaks? I assume this is Orobashi. I am the profane serpent. Though my servants are numberless, not one mortal now dwells in my shadow. That I have fallen into this realm, and that we should meet. Perhaps this is fate. You are not one of my people, but you are human nonetheless. Speak your desire, and I shall hear it. Could you then, perchance, become our god? Thus did they, human and serpent, go forth to face the royal authority of the Sun Child and the incursions of the dragon heirs beyond. Thus was the curtain raised on the turning of the tide. Okay, so this is all Celestia approved information. I appreciate the voice acting, thanks. Have you stopped making videos? No. I've just lost a lot of motivation to make videos lately. Blame the general state of Genshin's combat, particularly... It's not even just the state of Genshin's combat. It's not like it's that hard to still have fun. But, like, the way Genshin's combat balance has gone has pushed me more in a direction of just going all into a more narrow set of teams rather than doing shenanigans like I did in the past. And it's much easier to make shenanigans when I, like, didn't have to spend that many resources, like, doing a silly idea as a one-off thing. Now, the balance of the game and how the enemies work, like, in any given Abyss cycle, it's basically impossible to clear with a shenanigan team now without hyper investment into things. And, like, people still do it. Tars makes videos where he does silly things still, although not as much anymore because it's gotten kind of too hard for him to do this. But the last one that he did that was really insane was a year ago, and it was already about a year ago with, like, Chi-Chi, right? With hyper carry Chi-Chi. So anyways, you can still do things. It's just so much harder now with resource investment, and the way the general community, as far as combat, talks about things is in kind of an asshole-ish way, frankly. Furu still does Abyss every now and then. Yeah, and the effort Furu has to put in is bonkers, by the way. Like, the amount of time that like Furu has to put in, I think Furu might have spent, with whatever Furu is doing in the current Abyss cycle, might have spent like 30 hours plus. And like Furu, I'm not kidding, Furu will min-max Abyss. Not he like there's people that go into Abyss to like min-max things where you'll do Abyss on different days to get different cards. Furu will like do Chamber 1 of Abyss on one day to get a certain card buff for a certain team, and then do the next chamber. Like, so he'll mess around with different things with different buffs to get a particular card buff in the first chamber that can then be carried over to the next day by completing the first chamber, and then he just keeps on waiting multiple days to be able to get the right card buff for the second chamber. So it can take literally weeks to like get the right combination of card buffs, and that's assuming he doesn't have to potentially reset anything that he can't reset anymore in the previous chambers. Like, Furu is bonkers, and the stuff he does is really impressive, but like it's so much time to do it. It's so much time to do it. But yeah, people still do silly things. It's just like, to make them feel compelling at all, like even close to compelling relative to the landscape of how Genshin teams look, and particularly how people perceive things, where like people are saying shit like Nicole is basically not a good character because apparently she's not power creep enough, basically. Even though like Nicole at worst, there was literally a discussion on my Discord before I went live where people are saying how like Nicole is like 6% worse for Mawika without her Sig, if I recall. Like, so Caesar and Nicole. Than Bennett. 6%, bruh. Let's say for simplicity, let's say you're doing 200k DPS, you have like a Caesar or R1 Mawika, or I don't know, or maybe a higher investment in some other form. Let's just for simplifying the math. Let's say Nicole was even worse than she actually is than Bennett for Mawika. And let's say Nicole is 10% worse than Bennett for Mawika. And Mawika is a case where like Mawika is one of the worst case scenarios because Mawika is very hyper carry. You go all into her damage, and therefore giving her as much stats as possible is the ideal play for min-maxing your Mawika's damage. And even for Mawika, she's less than 10% worse. But let's say 10%, right? Because things can vary in practice on your account. If Mawika is 10% worse than Bennett, and you're doing, say, 200k. I know, like, 150k is more simple. But, oh, fine. Let's say 150k. You're doing 150k DPS with your Mawika. Nicole, being 10% worse, is 15k DPS. How many situations are you playing Mawika in where that 15k DPS matters? Like, don't get me wrong, I think it will matter sometimes. But most of the time, I think it's not actually that likely that 15k DPS is the thing that prevents your clearing, is important to understand. Your ability to route and optimize your gameplay with your particular team, with what a particular enemy is doing, and how its mechanics work, is more important. And I've also talked before how as soon as you get into some nuances, and these nuances both show up because of how enemies sometimes doing different things forces you to try to line up, this is part of routing, line up rotations in different ways, means that you might naturally do longer rotations on Mawika sometimes than trying to do refined, shorter rotations. If you're doing longer rotations, Nicole's higher buff up time might mean Nicole can actually match or pull ahead of Bennett in practice. And like, all the conversation around Nicole like basically not being power creep enough ignores all quality of life, like shields from some people, like higher buff up time. It ignores that with non-optimal play, or when enemies naturally force you to do longer rotations sometimes anyways, Nicole can end up being as good or better in practice. So Jeff used to defend sustain Sing Cho gave, now he's shitting on Llama C1. Yeah, like, people saying Nicole is a bad character is just people being like, she's not power creep enough for me. Which, fine. If you want to pull only and play the game only because something is power creep, only because something completely uplifts team DPS on a spreadsheet level, and you want to ignore all nuances of the game's combat, fine. I don't care. Pull for characters you want. Like, Nicole is not an overpowered character. Nicole is a balanced character, and I think it's a fucking good thing. Anyways, but the point is that in the worst case, people are overestimating how much worse Nicole is than Bennett to a degree. Like, she is close enough to Bennett, even for the situations where she should be worse, like for Moeka, because of the fact that she is balanced more around buffing the whole team more than she is around buffing the on-fielder as much as possible. But even for that situation, in the worst case scenario, she's still barely worse, right? And has specific aspects to her kit that some people will prefer in practice. For example, if you take my really garbage Moeka gameplay against the Hera before, I think there's a very high chance that I would have succeeded quicker with Nicole for Moeka when I was fighting the Hera on someone's account versus Bennett. And I think that largely comes down to the buff uptime aspect and how I was struggling. To be clear, I was very tired. I should have succeeded. I was struggling more than I should have been. But like, and yeah, circle impact problems and whatever, and like, yeah, like, I don't know. It's so funny that as soon as the spreadsheets don't show that Nicole is power creeping Bennett outside of every fucking team, and the real reason, by the way, isn't like, oh, Nicole's not power creeping Bennett. The real reason not to consider getting Nicole is because of the fact that team building in Genshin nowadays, if you only care about the power creep, aka meta team building, is that every character's best team is probably going to be at least 2 other 5-star characters that release within a 6-month time frame of that character. That's the real thing that kills Nicole's value. That's the real thing that kills every character's value. Right? To be clear, Nicole is made in a way that isn't parasitic. She doesn't, other than like, you definitely want Hexerai, not because of her own Hexerai passive necessarily, but more importantly because of the artifact set. The buff is just worth it. You just like use Hexerai. That's her only restriction. Like, that's much more enjoyable for team building, for playing whatever you want in the game, even if it doesn't clear every fucking Stygian cycle. I don't care. I'd rather just have fun with the crazy variety of characters in the game. The struggle is like there not being combat content that doesn't just say fuck you for not pulling the newest units. Like, the next Abyss cycle is ass for the second half. The first half is fine, but the second half is like, oh, they put the crab in because they want to say fuck you for not getting Llama, or Nefer, I guess, because Nefer with Llama can be fine too. But and Columbina, I guess, should be probably fine in Abyss. Well, I don't know. Columbina without... No, Columbina... I never tried Columbina without Llama against the crab. I don't know if we had it in Abyss. Did we have it in Abyss when Columbina came out? I don't remember. But the crab's there. But the worst part is, it's not just the crab, because the crab wasn't enough. Because if it was just the crab, then you could be happy with Llama. No, now they gotta make the Abyss cycle. They also put the Lunar Dog in the first chamber, by the way. Because Llama alone doesn't, like, trivialize the Lunar Dog, right? Because they're not trying to make you just want Llama, they're trying to make you want Llama plus Nefer, or Llama plus Columbina. Llama plus Columbina is probably fine for Lunar Dog. But anyways, and it'll still be deal-withable, because you can, like... The Lunar Dog in Abyss is much more tolerable than... and it's in the first chamber, so it has lower HP. It's much more tolerable than, like, in Stygian, where... And you can brute force it with Arlecchino, right? But then you can't bring Arlecchino, in your normal Arlecchino teams at least, to the third chamber for the crab, the Bloom Shell boss. So you'd have to use a separate team. You'd have to, like, clear something with chamber 1, or clear, just don't, like, star chamber 1. So use a Dendro Hydro team in the second half to clear the crab, and then you can redo chamber 1 with a different team if wanted. Like, you don't need Never. I do not think, but it's definitely specifically designed and configured in a way to punish you for not having it, and it's just so boring. This is the problem with why I, like, lost motivation for videos. Like, it's just so fucking boring when they design things in ways that are hyper punishing to you if you don't have the shill things, and if you do use the shill things, it's just not even hard. It's just so boring. Like, it's hard to, like, there's no, most of them, there's just not combat content to actually showcase something being fun in Genshin. So, as always, the point is that Hoyoverse, as far as why am I not making videos? Because Hoyoverse sabotages the potential of their own game. Because they are more concerned, even though they apparently believe internally they aren't all about the money. They clearly care more about money on a high level than they care about making a valuable gaming experience, is my opinion. And I'm sure internally, if I was able to talk to them face to face, we would probably learn more nuances. Like, they are probably just focused on, yeah, how like the Chinese player base will just min-max the hell out of everything and like crazy, and they're gonna balance around that and whatever. But like, again, it feels to me like they don't understand their own damn game. Like, they do on mini levels, to be clear, obviously, but like, I don't think they understand the enjoyment on like a fundamental level that many people get. That isn't just, let's gamble and make us do biggest number as much as possible, right? So, I think there probably was some people on the dev team that did understand that originally, but I think those people have left the team. I think those people no longer work in Genshin. That's my suspicion, but I don't know. I don't actually know what people came and left the Genshin dev team for the combat experience. I just do know that I noticed enough of a shift in design philosophy for how character kits and balance works that I feel like there was probably some person on the combat development team that was probably higher up in the team that was able to like approve and like setting like the landscape for like the overall path, the manager of the team, right? And that person probably either left the company or went to work on a different team in the company because they probably got bored of Genshin after working on it for 3 years of their life or something, which is fair. And then got replaced with someone else in Hoyoverse, is my prediction, that was more of a typical gotcha dev, I would say, who was like, well, how do we make things that sell? Yeah, anyways. And the end result of that is it makes it harder to enjoy making videos, and it's harder for me to enjoy Genshin the way I enjoyed before. I still enjoy Genshin. It's just harder to. It's harder to communicate that in videos too, in a way that like makes sense in a video format, because like, quite frankly, the way I enjoy Genshin now is just a side effect of the fact that I've been playing for fucking 4 years. Right? That's like my enjoyment from Genshin comes from the fact that I can min-max the hell out of Lanyon because I like the various gameplay nuances, and yeah. So make a video about this rant, it'll get views. Every time I dare dip my toes into saying anything that is somewhat counter to the narrative of the general community, because the problem is, I don't entirely blame Hoyoverse. If I just criticize Hoyoverse, I'm sure it'd be mostly fine. And people would be fine. But I also don't want to risk things like, ooh, Genshin creator openly is super critical to Hoyoverse, and then like all the fucking Woowa people come out of the rafters. And then they're like, look at this video. Genshin's shit game. See, Genshin content creator that said Genshin shit game? Which is like not the point of the video at all, right? If I made that video. But, and then on top of that, if I dare in this video criticize the fact that this is not just a Hoyoverse problem, it's not just a game dev problem, it's the fact that like the devs are doing the things that they think will sell, and they are selling things to us based on how, like, people underestimate how the way we talk about things affects our own perception and how we like make decisions. Like the fact that people might pull Nicole less because of this perception that she is aka not power creep enough, all the things I just said before, is that a Hoyoverse problem or is that our problem? right? Like, is that our problem or is that a Hoyoverse problem? The reason I didn't pull for Varka because it felt kind of gay. Automod didn't like that, but I allowed it. Is Varessa cannibal? She likes burgers? Clearly, yes. I mean, I don't actually think so, because I think that she's clearly a different species from an actual cow, but anyways. So I don't know. The problem is the video would be trying to provide a nuanced take of like, it's not entirely the community's fault, obviously. It's a mix of capitalism, probably some amount of cultural things, both internally at the company, but maybe larger scale cultural clashes as far as like me as a North America player and the kinds of things I like video games to do, and how I have fun with video games compared to how the Chinese player base might enjoy video games might be such fundamentally different, but they're making it's the same game for both player bases. They can't magically make an appeal to the same at the same time, other than making different kinds of character kits. But in the whole landscape of the entire balance of the game, that is have to be around the entire player base, not just one. Like, I don't know. And like, I don't know. People like anytime I try to like say anything nuanced in a video, I always like run into the problem. I end up negativity spiraling myself because of people that, to some extent, it's not their fault, but like they'll misinterpret what I mean, or like they only watched the first 5 minutes of the video and didn't watch the entire video. They didn't actually listen to what I was saying, kind of thing. But I don't know that they actually didn't listen to what I was saying. Maybe I made a mistake in how I said something. And it's like, so having to be this magic balance of wanting to reflect and improve how I communicate ideas, but also dealing with the fact that it's the internet and the way this stuff works is like, if I don't manage to write things in a way that people keep engaged throughout the whole thing, and if I do something like, oh, criticize Hoyoverse, but then transition to also criticizing the player base, people will then suddenly switch to being like, oh, I was down with what this person was saying until he started criticizing me. Right? So, I don't know. I think you're overestimating the impact of the type of person who's on Reddit complaining most people don't care. Am I? I'm not talking about the type of person that's on Reddit complaining, frankly. Because the people that are complaining on Reddit are simply drawing superficial conclusions based on, I'd say, flawed premises based on how we discuss characters and evaluate characters. Right? Like, they are the evidence that people are deciding how to pull characters based on how we generally discuss things, right? But again, like, I don't have large scale data to like properly like back up some of the ideas I have in my head, which is part of the problem with making a rant video like this. Like at its core, it would just be a rant video, and there's it feels a little bit silly to go too generically like, my rant is like clearly how reality is, when I don't have any access to information that can fully back it up. But anyways, the vast majority of Genshin players don't follow content creators of meta in any meaningful way. Okay, but someone does. If Zajeff's take on Nicole, I assume will still probably be, Zajeff's not dumb. He understands Nicole's not a bad character. By the way, he understands all the nuance. He'll say, Nicole's not a bad character, but she's probably not worth pulling for unless specifically this. And it's probably going to be like, if you want to play Lohan with his best possible teams or Varka with his best possible teams, because Zajeff has pretty much always evaluated units and recommended units, even if he understands the nuance in practice for his own account more. He always talks about things in a perspective of what is the likelihood this character provides value to people for like uplifting DPS on their account, for the utility of clearing endgame content, right? And without, and particularly factoring the fact that, like, you know, they haven't actively designed an enemy to force you to fucking play Hexerai, it means you don't actually need Nicole, right? He talks about meta. Yes, that is what I would describe the default attitude for the meta is, which is not meta, it's power creep. It's just power creep now. There's no such thing as meta. The only thing that meta is power creep now. Anyways, and then chat says she's dog shit. Exactly. Like, Zajef understands this nuance, but then Zajef ends up publishing a title and thumbnail with that or other people, like I'm using Zajef as the example, that just has that one conclusion. And people that don't actively watch Zajef still get affected by the general presentation of how everyone is making a YouTube thumbnail. Varka is probably the best example of this recently, more than Nicole. But the problem is he says it negatively. She's better than Bennett if you have skill issue. Yeah. Like, so anyways. What do you think a new player should aim to pull at this point? Ask how you enjoy the game. You gotta ask yourself and figure out how you enjoy the game and what do you want to progress towards for clearing the game's content. You do not need to progress to the point of clearing Stygian Onslaught difficulty 5 every time. I frankly think if Zajef doesn't pull Lohan, he's being stupid, for example. And the reason being is because, like, Lohan is not a value pull from the perspective of how Zajef likes to be efficient with resources for being a non-paying player to make sure he uses the resources efficiently so he can continue clearing endgame content. I'm going to explode if I hear Zajef say one more time, then have an exploding Aqua. Because Zajef is the easy example to point to, because he's like a notable focal point of the theory crafting community that significantly influences the perception many people have in the community, not because people directly watch him, but because his evaluation of a character, then whatever, right? When he said he wasn't going for Varka, he's so confused. I mean, I'm not surprised he wasn't going for Varka, but like, anyways, yeah, pull who you think looks cool, pull the characters you like, and then pull the characters that synergize with the characters you like, frankly. And if you can't clear the game's content, like you can't clear Stygian difficulty 5 or whatever, it's fine. You don't need the reward for that. You should just have fun with the game when you can have fun. You should keep yourself open-minded, and like, because sometimes certain enemies, like say the Moongecko, can actually be surprisingly fun to see if you can deal with them on your account, even if you don't. Like, you shouldn't just be like, ah, the Moongecko is Zabai Linnea shill. I don't have Zabai Linnea, so may as well not bother. Like, I don't think you should take that mindset. You should still, like, if you want to have fun with the game, you should still be open-minded and be like, can I beat this? And that's fun. I think it's fun to do that, right? Just watch other TCs that show numbers if you really care. I get plenty of TCs other numbers. I don't watch any TCs, by the way, right now. You do realize I don't watch anyone. I don't need to watch videos to get my information. I get numbers from a million different people. Again, Zajef, I am familiar with how he talks about things. He's the AZ one to point to. So, and I do like Zajef. But, like, I think his mindset is a little bit flawed at this point. Because he himself is very unhappy and with the state of Genshin's balance. Like, I think his Linnea video was basically like, the meta is cooked. And it's not fun anymore. And I think in one of his videos, he randomly gave me a shout out because, like, he's just like, yeah, just go have fun with the game. It doesn't fucking matter anymore. But then, if he doesn't pull Lohan, he loves Lohan. Lohan, I think it might be his favorite kit in the game. It doesn't matter that Lohan's not standard. Pull him. And yeah, if that means you don't have if you get unlucky, Zajef, and that means you don't have the resources to clear even a difficulty 5 in the future, oh well. At least you have the character you think is fun. Right? Like I watched the Jeff. He only liked Lohan because he was better than Skirk cost-wise or whatever. I don't think that's why the Jeff likes Lohan. I think Zajev likes Lohan because of the idea of how this is an on-field DPS that specifically is designed in a way to get more damage based on having off-field units that also do damage, rather than the typical format where, oh, how you evaluate an on-fielder is how much stat can you give them. Oh, this off-fielder does enough damage that it's more worth just having the off-fielder doing damage rather than giving on-fielder more stat because on-fielder's multiplier values aren't high enough. Well, then do off-field damage dealer. But like Lohan specifically balanced in a much more nuanced way, and that's really cool. Like I want Lohan too. I really would have preferred he was a standard banner because the free Lohan would have been excellent. He would have been the coolest fucking character in the game to be a free character. But Zajev, I'm pretty sure, likes his kit regardless. So, anyways, by the way, this whole conversation was just because someone asked why I wasn't making videos anymore. Yeah, I still plan to make a video. My current block is like wanting to finish a Lanyan video, but I swear to God, every fucking like, I keep on the list of things I want to talk about with Lanyan just grows and grows. I and it doesn't help that like Nicole and the artifact set is coming out next patch. It's just like, oh fuck, like Zajev likes edgy twinks. Yeah. It's hard to sometimes pull everyone you like. Oh, I feel you. I mean, I think Lohan not being standard and being second half, and then being reran with Duran and Nicole, when Duran, Nicole, Lohan is one of like the main default team core for Lohan. And then like you can do burn for melt Lohan, right? Or you can do forward melt for Duran, and Lohan's still doing like 40% plus the team's damage in that team, by the way. People are way overestimating, like calling that like a wheelchair, like Duran's carrying the team. Duran's doing a shit ton of damage, yes, but like Lohan is still doing a good chunk of damage. Anyways, so change out Lanyan's artifacts. Will Nicole change that? No, I don't think Nicole will affect Lanyan's build. Well, there might be some like energy effect from it, to be clear, but Wika C2 versus Nicole C1. Nicole C1's weird. I don't know how to evaluate it properly. It's interesting. I think it's a cool constellation, but the fact that it is not a normal like flat buff, an additive buff that adds onto an existing character's multiplier, means it doesn't apply an element, it's just own separate instance of damage. So it's just kind of boring in some ways. Like if it was a 600% scaling that got added on top of Lanyan's pyro attacks, that means I could melt that pyro scaling, and that 600% motion value could be added on top of the like 100 and some % of her baseline motion value, and then I could get like a 1 million damage melt. I'm not kidding. It might have been possible to get a 1 million damage melt on my account, to be clear, not saying on everyone's account, on Lanyan if Nicole's C1 was a normal additive buff, but it's not. It's just a separate instance of mono element damage that doesn't apply application and doesn't add on. Which is fine that it doesn't apply application, but it doesn't add on to Lanyan's own multipliers. It's just a separate thing that just happens, and it's like cool because it's like adding motion value to their on-field character, but like, and that benefits, to be clear, that benefits older characters much more than it benefits the most powerful characters in the game. But I don't know, like Moika C2 is the more efficient thing from the perspective of clearing endgame content, I guess. But if you want to have fun with team building, you don't want, like, you should only pull Moika C2 if you want to play Moika main DPS and you want her to do Omega damage and be as easy to brute force as possible. But Nicole or Duran C2 be better? That is a hard question. I think Nicole over Duran C2, but I don't know. Anyways, we should read the fucking book. God damn it. Sorry for getting distracted here. We'll talk more about Lohan after, though. in particular. I have some interesting calcs that show like Lohan is a really interesting example of showing how with these calcs is a really interesting example of showing how these different, like getting Nicole Durin weapon, getting Durin C2, getting Nicole C2, right? Whatever. What was Volume 1 about? Volume 1 is just about the Orobashi and the Sunchild like ruling Enkanomiya. And so it's just the origin story of that, I guess. And the Sunchild being a dick. So, yeah. From a scale of 1 to 10, how hot is Lohan? I think that depends how much you like edgy boys that just like fighting. He's not edgy in the conventional way, I guess. He's a chuny boy that's like living out his chuny fantasy, I feel like. So, anyways. Before Sun and Moon, there was a yap about primordial power creep. Yeah, I know, right? Alright, let me take a drink of water. This is longer. Alright. He's the snag that bites back. What we're reading today, we're reading the Genshin Bible, Before Sun and Moon, which I'm aware of some of the impacts. So this is the thing that, like, Nicole says, no, don't read this, you'll get smited. Like, the reason she's like, no, don't read this. This is, like, the first line of Before Sun and Moon, right? When the doves, whatever. She's like, this is the forbidden knowledge book. Like, Celestia decided Orobashi, a god in a sense, not in a god Celestia sense, I guess, must die for reading said book. So if you read this book, you must die, according to Celestia. But also Celestia be sleeping right now, so you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Also, lore-wise, you know, we play as the Traveler. The Traveler's a descender. Maybe exempt from the rules a little bit. But anyways. So Forbidden Knowledge book, basically. Which going into Sumeru, going into Nicole release, I think is interesting context to have. Like, the game has been doing better at getting me to care about the world lately. In a good way. So, yeah. Alright. What we wish to record is the tale of how heaven's will took shape on the earth below. O heavenly gods, these creations are your works. Grant us divine wisdom. Let us endlessly record. Okay. If I open a history book and the historian is opening with that, immediately excuse my perception. This is why I'm not a historian. It's fine. Anyways. When the doves held branches. When the eternal throne of the heavens came, the world was made anew. Then the true Lord, the primordial one, came forth and did battle against the 7 terrifying sovereigns, dragon lords of the old world. The primordial one created shining shades of itself, and the number of these shades was 4. Okay. On Fanes, or the primordial one. The primordial one may have been Fanes. May. Oh, thank you. Oh, we just gotta be like, wink, wink, hint, hint. It probably was. What? Like, I don't know. The phrasing of that is just weird. Like, I feel like it should have been. I understand nuance. If it's a historian writing things and they don't know for sure, but they think Fanes is the primordial one, they could say, you know, we, the author, believe that the primordial one is Fanes. Anyways, it's just a weird way to write this. May implies more ambiguity than the author maybe intends, is essentially what my criticism of how this is written is. Like, it's a weird way to write it out. Again, reads like a high school or AP English class. Sorry. The primordial one may have been Fanes. It had wings and a crown and was birthed from an egg, androgynous in nature. But for the world to be created, the egg shell had to be broken. However, Fanes, the primordial one, used the eggshell to separate the universe and the microcosm of the world. Okay. Interesting. 40 years after the held branches. 40 winters entombed the flames, and 40 summers churned the seas. The 7 sovereigns were vanquished, and the 7 nations submitted to the heavens. The primordial one, the great sovereign, began the creation of heaven and earth for our sake, that of its creations which it cherished most, who would soon appear upon this earth. Okay. 400 years after the held branches. The mountains and rivers were made, and the seas and oceans accepted those who rebelled and those who would not kneel. Accepted those who rebelled and those who would not kneel. Okay. The primordial one and one of its shades created the birds of air, the beasts of earth, and the fish of the sea. Together they also created flowers, grass, and trees before finally creating humans, our ancestors, numerous as the stars in the sky, uncountable as the sand on the shore. That's a lot of humans. As someone who knows there's a lot of okay, so this is fine. Like this like saying stars in the sky is perfectly fine writing wise, is like a implication of big number. A lot of humans were made. Fine. There's not that many stars in the sky. You can count them. If you can count them, there's not that many. Okay? So my problem with this metaphor is that stars in the sky and uncountable as the sands on the shore are contrasting each other. You can't really count sands on the shore. You can try to like measure it in a sense of like you estimate the volume of sand on the beach. But by like you can count the grains of sand in like a small volume, like say like how many grains of sand in 1 cubic centimeter, and then estimate the cubic centimeters of the sand on the beach to estimate the sand on the shore. But like that is kind of uncountable. So like that is fine. That makes sense as like big number. And again, I'm confused by like, wait, really? They created that many humans? That's a fuck ton of humans. Like, a little weird. Like why were that? Is there lore discussion? So my question, I guess, is there lore discussion on why a fuck ton of humans were made? Like why was it not just like, or is this just meant to be interpreted as like there was like a 100,000, a million humans? Because like that's not that many. So I think I'm just supposed to not actually think about it. You're taking it far too literal. It's a fucking history. It's written as a history of things. I'm sorry, I didn't realize when I was reading about Abraham Lincoln being assassinated, I was supposed to understand that it was about the whimsy. It was about the whimsy of being shot in the head. My bad. Written as propagandic history. I'm aware, to be clear. So is American history books. Like, they're still, like, given with some specific details. And given this weirdly specific detail of they created uncountable numbers of humans is a weirdly specific detail, okay? That's my problem. Well, it's such a weirdly specific detail, and then it's contrasted with the fact that stars in the sky being uncountable is not an uncountable thing. You can count the stars in the sky. A lot of people in the past did it a lot because we were bored, and humans like doing things. And like if I was born 500 years ago, I probably would be counting stars in the sky. Nowadays, people don't count the stars in the sky because they can just go on Google, how many stars in the sky, which might give you a weird answer, by the way. Because actually, what does it tell you? What does Google's stupid ass fucking AI say? It's probably not going to properly tell you stars in the sky. How many stars are in the sky? That's not true. No. So. Okay, well, okay. This, in the observable universe, yes. But that's not what I fucking asked. This is not what I asked. How many stars are in the universe is fucking different than stars in the sky. Stars in the sky should be visible to the naked eye, because that's what the sky is. The sky is an arbitrary thing that we see above us, right? That's what the sky is. The sky isn't the fucking universe. The sky is the thing we see above us. The sky is the stars we can see with the naked eye. And yes, it's only a few thousand, by the way. So that's my problem, is like this contrast of like, we made a few thousand to a bajillion humans. What? How many are visible from Earth? A few thousand. Like, the closest star to Earth, by the way, is not visible with the naked eye. Which is a fun fact. Because it's just not bright enough. So, anyways. Our sky is our atmosphere, and since there aren't any stars... How many stars can you see in the sky? The sky is not the atmosphere. The sky is a more vague thing we refer to than the atmosphere. But anyways, under perfectly dark, cloudless skies, yes, the amount of stars you can see varies heavily based on a lot of factors. Yeah, a person with good vision can see approximately 2,500 to 3,000 stars at any given time, while roughly 5,000 to 6,000 are possible. Yep, 0 because I'm dumb. Yeah, you're like, you look up at the sky, you're like, is that a satellite or is that a star? You can see more with the telescope. Indeed, you can. So, yes. Anyways, point is, from the context of this historian writing this, they would be writing it from a context of there's just a lot of stars in the sky that my eyeballs can see, and that's not that many. And it's particularly confusing in the context of a non-technological world that doesn't have the ability to, like, know that there are a bajillion stars in the universe. Implies to me is a little weird, because, like, if we go 500 years ago, I'm willing to bet, you know, there's less people that thought the number of stars in the sky was an insanely large number. Nowadays, because people, like, know there's a bajillion stars in the universe, like, I think the metaphor now means, oh, a bajillion, an uncountable number. But, like, in fact, stars in the sky is a pretty countable number. So, anyways, I don't like this metaphor, and I especially just don't like the fact that it's like, here's a specific, here's a range of a number. Here's a range of a number, it's a fuck ton of people. Why? What do you mean? Why are you specifying this detail? Why is this historian, like, I can't remove myself from the context of why would a historian write down, hey, yo, a fuck ton of humans were created by the primordial one and their shades. And one of the shades, sorry. Why? Like, why mention this? Not like, why did they make it? That's something I want to know, but I understand why the historian didn't know why they made that many. But why are you mentioning it if it's not an important detail? And I don't know. Point is, this fucking historian is an AP English student. Anyways, and they're trying to hit their damn word count. From that time, our ancestors made a covenant with the primordial one, and so entered into a new age. I will give, you know, I'll give the Bible credit so far. This is probably the same reaction I'd have to reading the Bible, not the Genshin Bible, the Bible. Whatever million different variants of the Bible exists. I would probably have a lot of rants to say about the insanity of how the Bible is written, to be clear. So I will give them kudos to that. This definitely breeds more like Bible than it does history book, which is fine. Like, it's got me engaged. My criticism is from the perspective of mostly like, fuck the historian. But also, like, I don't know if it was Hoyoverse's intent to write it in the way I am perceiving it at all. But this is not my preferred reading style, and this is part of why it's hard for me to get into, like, reading the lore of Genshin when things are written this way, is all. It's written way too... Every single little bit of, like, lore detail like this is almost always written in this way. And it comes off as not written by, like, historians, by individual people, which is a much harder thing to do, but instead comes off as written by Hoyoverse. Right? And that's, I think, my inherent problem, is it's trying to present itself as being something written in world, but my vibe is it more comes off as written by Hoyoverse. Which is the same vibe as the Bible, by the way. The Bible tries to present itself as something written by people that it's not actually written by, when in fact it's actually mostly just written by people. People that are trying to get you to think in a particular way. So, anyways, it's fine. It's got me engaged. I'll give it that. The year of the Ark's opening. The Primordial One had a sacred plan for humans. As long as they were happy, it too rejoiced. The year after the Ark's opening, the people worked the land, and so came the first harvest. I feel like another problem with creating a bajillion people, like if you just create a bajillion, if you're a god and you just manifest a bajillion people out of nowhere, they just all are gonna die. No? Anyways, sorry, this fucking line here is so dumb. It's like the line that if I was studying the histories of this world and universe, I'd be at the Sumeru College and I'd be like, I'd be writing my bachelor's thesis. Bachelor's thesis is not really a thing. I'd be writing an essay in a high level bachelor's course, basically just over analyzing different lines and how that the way that different lines were presented reduces the entire credibility of everything contained within. And like it'll conclude that there is valuable information to be contained within here, but like most of the information contained within here is kind of sus when some of these fundamental things that were said are definitely not true or sus. Like, they definitely didn't make 5 billion humans to start, right? They definitely didn't make 5 billion humans. But, anyways, comparing this to modern writing, it's written by modern writers. I literally just said, Jason, that is written, like, the vibe I get is that it's more written by Hoyoverse than it is written by someone in lore. Like, it all reads the same, even, like, almost all this stuff tends to read in a similar way, even though it's written by different people in universe. So, anyways. Use Neverskill, an old man, in Nogcry. He reveals this from the academia as a theory that Snezhnaya isn't real. Let's go. That's my guy. I'm joking. Anyways. Sorry. What you should take from this is that I'm engaged, not anything too specific. But anyways. Right now, at least. Where the fuck did I leave off? Shit. Uncountable. Ah, yes. They worked the land. The people mined and so reaped the first crop of precious ore. The people gathered and the first poems were written. The year of Jubilee. If there was hunger, the heavens would bring down food and rain. I see. But then why did they need to harvest? The people worked the land, so came the first harvest. The people mined, so reaped the first crop of the precious ore. If there was hunger, the heavens would bring down food and rain. Then why do they need to harvest? They wouldn't harvest. They would just rely on the gods. Taking things literal again. What the fuck am I supposed to interpret this as? These lines are back to back from each other. What? Is a propaganda book? A propaganda for stupids? Sorry. This is why Celestia banned it, because they're just like, God, this book is so fucking dumb. I'm so on Celestia's side. You're right, Nicole. That's not the You're absolutely right. It's just a fucking dumb book. She's not concerned about us living. She just doesn't want us to become really stupid from reading this. I thank you. Sorry. Okay. Celestia is like God, humans were a fucking mistake. Yeah. Well, this isn't even. Is this written by a human? Not really. I don't think necessarily. Well, no, it probably is because it definitely is. It's written by someone that's clearly not. Never read any ancient manuscript. Look, I think most things I would read when trying to account for the context of the situation back then are interesting. Like, this is very interesting to read. Don't get me wrong. If this was a thing that existed in the real world, it'd be really interesting. If this is the history of like the universe, it is interesting, right? But at the same time, that's stupid. This is stupid and invalidates either claim. Both claim lose substance when both claim invalidate each other. Have you ever read any mythology? I have. I have the same problems. No, I never vibed that much with the mythology of whatever, the Greek mythology or whatever mythology of anything. Like, I almost always, like, I get enjoyment out of interpretations. Like, modern interpretations of said mythology to tell a new story is great. This on its own? Yeah. You're replacing Enlightenment period and being wrong. Right. Okay, Jason. I'm not a historian, guys. I'm not trying to fucking draw, like, chill. Anyways. If there was poverty, the earth would bring forth its riches. If melancholy were to spread, the heavens would reply with their voices. The one taboo was to succumb to temptation, but the path to temptation had already been sealed. Okay. The funerary year. The second throne of the heavens came, and war was rekindled, as it was in the world's creation. That day, the heavens collapsed and the earth was rent asunder. Our ancestors and their ancestral land fell into this place during that conflict. The era of darkness had begun. See, this is more concrete and valuable information from anything here. Anyways, but yes, I would have problems with plenty of historical writing too. You're missing the forest for the trees? Yeah, it's fine. The fucking trees are dumb. I don't want to walk in these dumbass trees. Sorry. Give me poetry. I'd rather poetry and interpret poetry in my own stupid way than this nonsense that literally contradicts itself back to back. Like, no, I'm sorry, I can't deal with the contradiction that the people worked the land, but they also got food for free. What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. Yes, if it's just a made-up metaphor that the gods had impact on the living. But no, they didn't actually give food. That's not what we meant. We didn't mean they actually gave food. Even though we said they literally get food. Yeah, sorry. I don't vibe with it. It just, like, reading this makes me go insane. It's fine. Other than the nuggets of, like, actual information you can glean here. And that's the value of analyzing these things. It's what lower people's, like, do analysis. It's fine. Like, I get it. Irminsul tree is a dumb computer? Yeah. I'm gonna smoke Irminsul when it gets burned. Do you want an actual answer or just want to rant about the text? I mean, if you want to give me an answer when I'm done, sure. If there's an actual answer to, or a theory, there's probably no actual answer to be clear. If there's a theory to why this contradiction is here, sure. You can hit me with it. I'm open to hearing it, but not right now. Let me try to actually finish reading. if I can maintain my sanity. The first year of darkness. The people of the Seven Sovereigns had found refuge in the oceans, and the dragon heirs of the depths ruled this particular place, which led to war between them and our ancestors. Sorry. Our ancestors chased them into the shadows with the light of 1,000 lanterns, and they hid in those shadows hunting us. But there was only darkness in this place, and so their hunting grounds were untrammeled. That's a fun word. Also very AP English, but... The prayers of the people turned into lament. Sorry. The prayers of the people turned into lament... Fuck. Ziox, you've broken us. Or not Ziox, that's Xiao. Ziox just plays off of Xiao. The prayers of the people turned into lamentations, but the primordial one and its 3 other shining shades could not hear. 3 other shining shades? See, this is a nice detail I like. Describing the shades in this oddly specific way of 3 other shining shades implies something else about the other one, which is also already a detail set apart here, where one of the shades created stuff with the primordial one, but not the other 3. So, anyways, we lost a shade along the way. Yeah, I assume that's implied in there. So, anyways, the parable of the sun. In a dark cavern, there once lived a group of people who had never seen the light. Among them was a sage who had once seen the sun, and he told the gathered folk about what life under the sun was like, and about the great might of the sun. It's overrated. Seeing that they did not comprehend, he lit a torch, and thus did people come to worship the flame, believing it to be the sun. Okay. They even got used to a life of darkness and fire. When the sage died, someone would monopolize the flame. Using it, they would cast a long shadow over the land. See, this doesn't have any stupid, awful contradictions in it. I like this. This is good mythology writing to me. I vibe with this, of like, people started, like it wasn't literally, I'm assuming it was not literally the same torch, and this is fantasy world, and it was probably something else. Obviously, this is with Ancanelian context, I'm aware. I'm aware. This is better. I like this. Anyways, as a bit of detail without having crazy inherent contradictions to it, that means both details mean nothing. The parable of the Lethied Lotus. That is a word I do not even recognize. What the hell is Lethied? Good job, Genshin, making me again AP English paper. I'm sorry, having to look up a word, Lethied. Look at obsolete objective dating back to the early 1600s. Oh boy. Which means to be in a state of forgetfulness, oblivion, or under the influence of the river Leth. Okay. That's funny. Alright. Parable of the Lethied Lotus. A lotus that causes all who look upon it to forget their troubles. A ship captain searching for the way back to the surface discovered a tribe of people who ate these lotuses. Okay. Interesting. Some crew members stayed in that place. Others rejected the temptation. So, they found drugs. I see. Life is a boundless ocean of suffering. We only search for the way home. Okay. The third year of darkness. We knew the only one who had not forsaken us as the ruler of time. She was the moment. She was every moment. She was the measure of 1,000 winds and the sun and the moon. She was every second of joy, every moment of rage, every instant of longing, every minute of obsession. She was every flash of delirium. We call her Kairos, or the ruler of the unchanging world. We dare not speak her true, secret name, and so I pen it here only once and in reverse. Hetoratsi. Wonder. I'm sorry. I want to reevaluate. I'm sorry, this is not a high schooler writing it. This is a smart middle schooler. It's like good job, little Timmy. You really encoded that well. It's like what are you reading? We're reading before Sun and Moon. Is high schooler higher or lower? Higher than middle schooler. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't think about that. The middle school isn't a thing somewhere. In some places. But yeah, anyways, obviously it's Mr. Roth. Yep. I don't know. I don't know. I can't get over the oversimplicity of, oh, we're gonna encode it. I dare not speak her true name, so I pen it here only once and in reverse. Like, they could have at least been more cute with like writing this in a way where like this is still overly simple, to be clear, but it's overly simple in a way that takes more effort and I appreciate. And it could have just been, we dare not speak her true secret name, and there. But then like the first letter of, they could have still done the reverse order thing, to be clear. The first letter was like of the first sentence was I, and then the next sentence was S. It actually is S. And then T, and then A, and then R, right? It's still gonna done that, but then like not literally spelled it out for you. If you give someone a key and a lock, right? If you give someone a key and a lock, and then you're just like, you know, I dare not open the lock, except this once. Like, I take it the person writing was superstitious. If they are superstitious, I get that they're superstitious, but they didn't do anything to hide it. They are like, I'm gonna hide it by writing it in plain text. Stop bullying the translator. I don't think this one's translator. I doubt this one's translator, but maybe it is translator. I guess that's true. Maybe it is translator. Now I think about it, because yeah, I have the Chinese writing system is obviously completely different from how English and Romanized writing in general. Romanized? That's the wrong word. Whatever, doesn't matter. So I don't know what the original version is. So maybe it is the translator had to do the rest. That's fair. That's fair. That just more if it is a translator problem, that just solidifies my issue with how much of this feels like it's written by Hoyoverse and not written in universe. But oh well, it's fine. I'm gonna read it in Chinese to see how it's like. Yeah, thank you, Weed. Report back. I am very curious, actually. Because that is a good thing to point out. That is important to acknowledge. The year of blindness. The sage Abrax's wisdom was awakened, and he unveiled a light-bringing miracle within his hands. So our ancestors began to build the Helios with him as their leader. The year of sight, or the first year of sun and moon. Helios, the divine chariot of the sun, was finally completed. The white night came, and ever night was banished. The years of the sun and moon had begun. The second year of sun and moon. Our ancestors sought the returning way, for surely the war on the surface had ended then. But the primordial one, the first throne, had laid down a ban preventing our ancestors from finding the path home. In that case, the primordial one must have defeated the second who came. Abrax was imprisoned by the order of the Sunchild. The parable of the tree. I'm assuming that refers to Irminsul. The king's gardener and the tree spirit of the royal garden were in love. Oh, maybe not. Wait. Okay, sorry. But the king wished to repair the beams of his pavilion, and so needed to cut down the tree with the most spiritual energy within it. Okay. The king was the incarnation of the primordial one, and his gardener could not defy the sovereign of sovereigns, and so he could only bring his plea to the king's priest, who was the incarnation of Tokyo Okami. Okay. The priest had pity on the gardener and said to him, "Go, and cut the branches of the spirit tree down." The gardener did so, and afterward did as the king ordered, cutting the spirit tree itself down. Okay. That's not the branches. And the priest said, "Plant the spirit tree's branches in the ground." But the gardener said, "A spirit tree shall take 500 years to grow." The priest said, "Your one thought shall echo through eternity." And so the gardener planted the branches in his backyard. In an instant, the slim branches grew into a new tree, and the new tree spirit was a continuation of the past one. Okay. For it is the god of moments who is able to take seeds from this moment into the past and the future. The 10th year of Sun and Moon. Abrax is long gone. The events before the Sun and Moon have been recorded sufficiently. Well, if I did not dare to write things down just as they happened, how could I consider myself as a scribe of Tokyo Okami? I'm taking it too literally. I dared to write things down just as they happened. I'm taking it too literally. I wrote things down just as they happened. Hark, I hear armor without. Here I shall stop writing. I'm glad. What's hark? It's just like a term used to be like... It doesn't mean anything, and it's like... It's an old-timey writing term used to just be like a beginner, a sequence breaker, type thing. I don't know how to describe it exactly. I'm forgetting the term for these kinds of words. But it's like, hark! I hear armor without, right? It's just like... It's a what alert, yeah, alert. I hear armor without, yeah. So, who are you? Well, we're done reading, I think. I don't know if I have it in me to read the rest. Although this last one is interesting with questions and answers. That's my vibe. I like it. Wait, is it just questions? Nothing else? Appendix. Nice. We like appendixes. It's like, oh, or look. Yeah, that's true. That's a better way. Yeah, it's like, oh, look. Listen to me. Yeah. English is goofy. Most languages are goofy. Snezhnaya lore book. I don't know. You're right. What's the Snezhnaya lore book? Do I have it? Last book was my favorite with riddles. I'll maybe give it another read sometime. I don't know. Witch in the Undying Fire. Probably not. I don't know. There's interesting info in there. But yeah, the double I really can't with the doubling down of, oh, I have written everything down exactly as it happened. Meanwhile, uncountable inhumans were created. Humans did not, to be clear, I think this is information this person didn't actually have. Because, like, as it went on, when this person that was the scribe for Okami had more actual information, I think the information got better. I'm aware. You gotta buy it, I see. Reverse in Chinese Istroth is starch. Okay. So it probably works a little bit better with the Chinese symbol. If, like, you have to intuit that the same symbol is something else, right? I assume. But I could be wrong on that. Chinese version reads like storytelling as well instead of a history book. Okay, that's good. So maybe much of my problems with it are actually just the translation problem. In that choosing like the localization team presumably, if it is a localization problem and it was like written more like a storybook in the original thing. Then the localization team, for some reason, may have made a decision to specifically choose to localize it in a way that made it more of a history book in presentation, and that might be the source of my issues, to be clear. So maybe China better. Wording is very much from first-person perspective storytelling. Yeah, no, I mean, I got some of that vibe there, to be clear. It's just, yeah. The doubling down of like, oh, I have recorded everything accurately, with the inherent contradictions within and wishy-washy information that clearly can't actually be accurate information, yet the writer wanted it to be inaccurate information. And again, the problems with the vibes of, again, it's not written in universe and more feels written by Hoyoverse. It's still there. It's one volume. I'll DM the location. Okay. Why? Oh, I assume you like have an image or something. All right. Well, I can't say my life has been changed by the Genshin Bible. And yeah. No, it's not my preference. For how to read things. or my preference for how things are written. No. I don't like Odysseus. But if there's a modern retelling of Odysseus, I like it a lot more. Turns out that I think that's pretty normal. To be clear, I think we as humans are wrapped up in the microcosm of our current societal expectations, and yes. So I don't disagree with your criticisms of, oh, have you ever read mythology, but you were being a little asshole-ish. Calling it a Genshin Bible? Other people call it Genshin Bible. It's just a joke to refer to like it being a significant thing that hooks people like point to, that things connect to as like origin bits of information. So anyways, I love your content. It inspires me to try wacky fun stuff. Nice, I'm glad. Those wacky fun things we had around earlier aren't as easy to do anymore, but you can still do them, particularly if you just don't give a shit about the game's endgame. So I'm glad. Anyways, that was revealing because we didn't know as much. Like, it confirmed Tevat was sealed world with fake sky. Where did it reveal that information? Or hint at it. I didn't see anything in there that other than like very vaguely hinted at it, but again, man, if I was engaged in the lore discourse back when this was more impactful, obviously, because we had less details in general, which obviously makes sense, I would have definitely been the one being like, I don't know how much we should take any line in this at face value when there's clearly some lines in there that have inherent problematic claims. In the first few paragraphs. Oh, so the most problematic section of it is the one that supposedly revealed the fake sky. Like, obviously, yes, this is written by Hoyoverse, and forever they intended to foreshadow it again. Like, it was accurate, but I don't know. First mentioned the primordial one. Yeah, no, that I'm aware. That feels the primordial one and the shade stuff feels more significant to me than the fake sky thing. The fake sky thing is one of those things like, okay, cool. What does it mean? Oh, we don't have anything more. Just the sky might be fake, and it's like, okay, well, which is still kind of where the fake sky is at, to be clear, in Genshin. It's like, okay, I want to know more, but we're not allowed to know more right now, which is fine. A lot of describing sky as firmament. I see. What did we read? We read Before Sun and Moon. My life is not fundamentally different. You can call me a curmudgeon for not liking this style of writing. Did I just lose that artifact, bruh? It went in the bookshelf. This is why books suck. No, I like books. I just dislike books that present themselves as more an objective presentation of reality than they actually are. Anyways. Sorry. I tend to... I read claims of how reality is from an inherently skeptical view. If you want your claims to represent reality, more scrutiny is required. And to be clear, that scrutiny is what the lower community does. And I respect the people putting the effort into that. I don't really wish to put that much effort into it. It's fine. It's not the core thing that engages me with the video game, right? Fake sky is covering the real sky because the fake sky has everyone's predetermined fates on it. Uh-huh. I mean, I will give Genshin credit for at least having an actual in-game justification for astrology. There's that. So, anyways, almost 2 hours and only the first 2 stories. To be clear, we ranted for like 30 minutes plus in between the first and second book. As something unrelated because someone had a comment unrelated in the chat. But anyways, I think I collected flowers yesterday for Nicole and Prune, so I don't think I can collect anything else. It is Sunday. It's refreshing in 22 hours. I don't need to. Okay. Oh wait, I need to do event. We should go log into my Polarm account. You don't have to be a lore diver? Yeah. You know, it's okay not to like. Yeah, it's not that I don't hate it, to be clear. It's just not written in a way that makes me desire reading more. Is all it is. And that's fine, right? You would hate the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies or the Witch and the Undying Flame because they're deliberately written like fairy tales trying to tell history? Oh god. Great. So, I don't know. If we want more rage bait reading lore streams in the future, here we go. You care about spoilers about the rest of the book? No, not really. I mean, I already had like spoilers from the Sun and Moon. Like, I don't care. I'm pretty sure I care. I think I will engage much more with Genshin lore from you guys spoilering me than reading the stuff directly. 90% rage, 10% reading. That is what it felt like a little bit. To be clear, I feel like this was with just media in general randomly sometimes. Like, I'm not going to say why. Actually, I don't... Can I go back and... No, I'd have to go back and find it. I don't... It's not even... After I ranted about it on my Discord server, on... there's an anime app channel on the member-only server, or subscriber server. It's the longest I've ranted about in text form about an anime in a while. I really like Violet Evergarden, okay? I think it was written really well. So I went into Agents of the Four Seasons with some amount of expectations. And look, maybe some of the problems it had are resolved later on. But like, oh my god, Agents of the Four Seasons had severe problems with its writing that no one points out in any discussion that I see elsewhere. And I just, I can't. I can't. That was, I think I just would, like, I gave it 3 episodes. I wrote my rant on the server after 2 episodes about that show. And then, because like there's really core things that are like extremely fundamental to how the reasons the characters are acting the way they act, and like the entire fundamental setup for the premise of the story that don't make any fucking sense if you think about it a little bit. Like, it actually doesn't make sense that this is like how this could be. And there could be an explanation that it's just like, oh, you're like, maybe I'm meant to think that, and like, but I don't think I am. I don't think I am meant to think that. I think I'm meant to not think about it. It's really ass, in my opinion. I'm not saying it doesn't do some things well. There were some things that were good and pretty about and interesting about it. Like, it caught my interest on a conceptual level in some ways. But like, oh boy, it was not Violet Evergarden to me. I think the writer's strength is telling one-off stories about like situations, which is kind of what more like Violet Evergarden was, rather than compelling long-form plot storylines with like a world that has good history to its backing. So anyways, don't recommend that anime, but a lot of people like it perfectly fine. I'm just mentioning that as an example of like a piece of media that I experience and like people have generally positive reactions to that I feel very not positively about, because that's my general mindset is like I tend to see those random details of like things that holy Jesus, that contradict each other. Is this Yura? Is this you trying to pay me to? Oh my God, that's 10 gifted subs. Jesus, thank you. You trying to? Can you read The Little Witch and the Undying Fire? Okay, okay, Yura. I'll read. What do you want me to read? The one you DM me, the Sunshine Isle one. Sure, we can read that one. Partially. But my point is like. I try to I interpret things I take in from a skeptical mindset where I try to be open-minded but skeptical at the same time, kind of thing. And what that means is when stories present themselves in a way that like I see fundamental contradictions to how like characters' actions, such as like this anime, make sense, or how the like trying to like think of the context of how a historian is writing this down and what their intent with what they're trying to communicate with this writing is, and when they're claiming that they're writing a historical record of things, when I see these contradictions, it makes the entire whole fall apart, right? Is my issue. What do you think about Hunter x Hunter? I haven't read the manga, for what it's worth. I never read or watched the original. I did watch the remake, whatever, the 2014 version. It's good. I enjoyed it. I don't have, as far as like, did I have any fundamental issues with it? No, I didn't sense any fundamental issues with like why the characters were acting the way they were acting, right? So Hymns of the Farno is going to be related to story next patch. All right, cool. That's good. Maybe we can contrast that with much better reading. Because, like, again, I do think Hoyover's gotten better at, like, giving us information lately. So, yeah, Hunter x Hunter is good. My one thing that I'd say is counter to the popular rhetoric of Hunter x Hunter. I think the Chimera Ant arc is kind of meh. It's got really, really strong points. I think the Chimera Ant arc, though, is just remembered, particularly in hindsight. It's remembered by these really, really, really strong moments in it, because, like, it has some of the most memorable moments, just period, with Hunter x Hunter, for sure. Like, I absolutely get it. Hunter x Hunter's most popular ship is Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, exactly. Like, I absolutely get why people remember Chimera Ant arc so fondly, but I also think it's like way too long, and most of the content of the arc is like not super well done, and like, I don't know, like, but maybe some amount of that was necessary for like building up those really impactful moments, and that's why I'm not really criticizing it that heavily. It's just like I recall not fully enjoying it so much throughout all of it that I don't give it a 10 out of 10 kind of thing. Like, definitely not my favorite anime vibe. But it was very enjoyable. And like, yeah. Great Island best arc? I did really like the Great Island arc, yeah. But anyways, the other problem that Hunter x Hunter suffers by is that, and why, and this is probably part of the down ranking in my head too, not of the specific arc, but of just the story in general, is that I don't think it's ever a story that finishes. Not in a way that I prefer, which is fine. Like I can enjoy stories that don't finish. I have long been able to do that. hiatus, yeah. I do not think it is a story that will ever finish. And part of that vibe is also that like I don't there's many anime and many manga that are written with like a strong foundation and like a vague outline for where the story is going to progress, but not anything like past like a pretty superficial level. And that's the vibe I get with Hunter x Hunter. And I think like part of the reason the Chimera and arc or other like you have other shows or other manga that have a really overly long arcs, and it's because like the writer has like this idea for an arc going into the starting writing it, and then they have more ideas, and then they keep on like expanding it, and then they get over their heads, and then it takes them forever to resolve all their things, right? Like it's a side effect of how the medium exists, right? And how most people write stories in the manga and anime industry, and it's fine. It's not okay. It's not that problematic. We'll see. I might. There's a chance I might end up using a staff of Homa and Lohan over. The HP stats might be attack. So do Togashi is just sick. I'm aware, but that doesn't like. I'm not talking about the real world time. Like, yes, that's part of why I think the story will never finish. But like, I think the explanation for why the Chimera Ant arc is as long as it was is because the author had ideas. They're like, okay, I want this to do this, and then they had more ideas that they added on top of that, and maybe more ideas they added on top of that. And this is all like progressively while writing the arc. They had more ideas that they added into it because they thought it like had good potential to expand onto it, right? And it's fine. But the side effect of that is it kind of piles up how long it has to last, and then it makes it harder to resolve at the end. I don't think it was that long. I think it kind of was, but again, like I'd have to actually rewatch it to give you more specifics than these vague things I remember. I want to be clear. I'll spend 20 more resin here. I think Hunter x Hunter is good. I don't have high hopes to finish this, particularly with the author's health problems, and that's fine. I don't begrudge them for that. I didn't enjoy Hunter x Hunter enough to care that much, whether or not it actually is a piece of media that finishes. But I think there is a core difference with how something like Hunter x Hunter is written compared to Dungeon Meshi. Right? That's kind of what I'm getting at. And my preference is definitely stories more like Dungeon Meshi. Dungeon Meshi was clearly very planned out. Dragon Ball, it's fine. Dragon Ball's fine. I like it a lot as a kid, and I have a lot of nostalgia attached to it. Therefore, like, it was definitely one of the anime that I watched before I was, like, into anime. Right? Their signature looks so sick. Do I like Freerun? Yeah, I think Freerun is very good. Freerun, I think, suffers from some of the same problems, where, like, the manga is successful, and now, like, it just ends up... I have no fucking clue if Freerun will ever end. But I would also argue that part of the point of Freerun is that it doesn't matter if it does. Right. So I think Freerun is a little bit more clever in that regards. Before you knew anime was anime, yeah. Like Dragon Ball was just a show on whatever cartoon channel. Witch Hat Atelier is rising out to be one of my favorites. I actually agree. Witch Hat Atelier is really fucking good. Like holy shit. I understand why people glare. It's one of the ones, like, a lot of times when anime are coming out now that are notable, I oftentimes did read some amount of the source material beforehand. Witch Hat Atelier, for whatever reason, I did not. I don't know why. But I think Freerun's manga is exceptional. I agree. It's really good. I actually think the anime, it is a rare adaptation. I think the adaptation is a lot better, personally. I think it just adds overall to it without, like, losing any of its core spirit. But Freerun's creator Kana Ito, I'm aware that Freerun's creator Freerun's progress is also relatively slow, but it's also fine in my mind because the anime is gonna always be super behind anyways. So hopefully they can recover and continue writing. But yeah, like Freerun is a story written in a way that I don't think like the end conclusion of Freerun's story is reaching, you know, the demon castle in the north or whatever, and maybe or maybe not Freerun talking to Himmel's spirit or something, right? But I somewhat predict the planned, like the author almost assuredly has that planned out already. I somewhat predict the ending to that will be somewhat mundane. It'll be like emotional, but almost emotional in its mundanity. In that, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the plan the author might have in mind for Freerun's like ending per se, not like that there wouldn't be like an epilogue showing you like, I don't know, Fern and Stark living their lives in or 500 years in the future or whatever, right? But like, it wouldn't be surprising if it ended with like, oh, Freerun can talk to Himmel's spirit for like half a second. And so like that's the limitation therein. And so all it is like they smile at each other and Freerun says thank you. All of Freerun is emotionally mundane, it's why it's so good. Exactly, right? Like it does so fucking excellently well at just like getting some amount of joy of just existence, in a sense. That'd be so cruel. But I also think in many ways it would make sense. Like, is there actually anything more that needs to be said between the two at this point? Like, whether you feel sad about it or not, is it not... Do you think Himmel, in character, begrudged Freerun for not, like, returning his love or anything? I think at the end of his life, no matter what, Himmel was content based on how he's been characterized. And, like... So Himmel doesn't need to meet the living Freerun to have a last word to her. And I think by the point Freerun's story gets to that point, I think Freerun will get to a place as a character where she doesn't need to either. I think you could argue she's already at that point. And therefore all that would need to be said is very little, right? That's why I think something like the idea of just she reaches closure beforehand and just says thank you at the end is fine. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I have read some manhwa and webtoons. I think that manhwa and webtoons have similar problems in being like overly long running. There's some like, I forgot, it got renamed. It's a terrible ass title, but has some of the most fucking enjoyable shit I've read in a long time as far as individual arcs. The arc with what the fuck is it? SSS class. I think it's renamed to like Revival Hunter. The original name was something like SSS class Suicide Hunter, which there's a reason it's named that, to be clear. So yes, I've read some smattering of ones. I haven't kept up to date with that lately, to be clear. I think that's the type of thing I'll read every couple of years for like a complete arc kind of thing. But my god, the one fucking arc with the multiple arcs actually back to back were just fucking bangers. With excellent art, it's just like Jesus Christ. So greatest state developer, I have, yes. Again, not up to date, but I have read it. I read up to whatever I was at like a year or two ago when I read it. Mona works in double DPS teams with Dura and Nicole. If you don't mind, how much do I build her? So Mona is interesting on the context of what artifacts had to put her on with Dura and Nicole. It will depend. So if you're playing Dura and Nicole Mona with a non-hydro on-fielder, so like not Mona, then you put the artifact set, I think, on Nicole. Because The new artifact set, because that's the first thing to figure out is who the fuck do you put in the Hexarai artifact set when you have like 3 Hexarai offfielders in the team? Because Durin could be on it, Nicole could be on it, and Mona could be on it. Mona and Durin both quite like energy. Nicole sometimes will want energy. So in some ways that might lean you towards, no, we don't put the 2-piece energy set on Nicole. And then you can choose to not do that, but the problem is what artifact set do you put on Nicole elsewise? And Nicole will give, like, being that one of your sources of damage if you're doing Nicole, Durin, Mona team core, one of your big sources of damage is going to be Durin. Which means you want pyro damage bonus. So that means to get pyro damage bonus from the Hexarai artifact set, because the artifact set gives damage bonus of the Equipper's type, and it gives damage bonus of the On-Fielder's type to the whole team. So that means if you want pyro damage bonus, you have to have either Nicole or Durin hold the set. Because if Mona holds the set, it's going to be Hydra damage bonus. You could do Durin, Nicole, Mona combo if the on-fielder is Pyro, and then you still get Pyro damage bonus. And then put Nicole on something else, and then Durin can be on a DPS set or, again, a support set. The problem is, again, like, what do you put on Nicole if she's not on the artifact set? Because she doesn't really have very compelling choices for other artifact sets most of the time. So, I don't know. The answer is it depends on what exactly we're talking about. Realistically, if you're playing Mona with... You don't need to always do Mona and Nicole, or always do Mona and Durin, right? So, can they both use the DPS set? They can, if you want to DPS them, yeah. They don't have to, though, and you probably shouldn't default to both of them on the DPS set, necessarily. But one of the things you could definitely do with Mona is, you know, you could put Mona on Noblesse. Her energy needs are the most annoying thing to deal with, but put Mona on Noblesse, Nicole on the new support set, and then Durin on the DPS set, for example. And that'll be fine. And like, but if you want to like DPS Mona, then it's just a matter of figuring out her energy needs. You'll definitely have to have some fab uses, funneling fab particles probably. Honestly, DPS Mona almost makes it more compelling in some ways to put her on the support set, because it gives her energy and damage bonus at the same time. But someone else can give her that damage bonus. So maybe 2-piece ER is almost better for DPS Mona if you need ER needs met. So I don't know. Sorry if it's confusing. The problem is like what configuration of support artifacts makes sense for a given team. It's just always a big fat it depends nowadays. On-field Mona ER needs wouldn't be that high. I mean, she doesn't generate a ton of particles. Like, I know they wouldn't be insanely high. I don't think you default to 2-piece, to be clear. But there's also the problem of if you use the new support set on the on-fielder, you're only getting the damage bonus on the on-fielder and not damage bonus of anything else. So no, you probably don't use that on DPS Mona. DPS C6 Mona at 170k, but as a dog shit team, Mualani, Durin, Nicole. Okay, why Mual? What? They're calculating DPS Mona with Mualani? That's a Mualani team. No. Why is Mualani there? Just for scroll? I guess. Sure. Fucking hell. God, the balance of this game is so cooked that Mualani is showing up in another team. Unscroll TDDS. So, why is Durin there? He's vaping, not shredding. Because Durin does a lot of damage. But, anyways, if you have enough Hydro going, which, well, yeah, you should have enough Hydro going from Mona on field. But, yeah, I don't know. It depends what you want to do with DPS Mona, I feel like, but yeah. A1 Durin doesn't do that much. Is vape Mona not vape Durin? Oh, well then, yeah. If they were assuming vape Mona. But isn't the setups for vape Mona with Durin alone as Pyro kind of awful? Because the problem is you have to avoid applying Hydro in between the Pyro applications. So, ew. But, I don't know. Point is, the configuration of support artifacts mean there's no clear answer. Like, you have to, what are you doing? If you're playing DPS Mona versus you're using Mona as a support for some other DPS, completely changes what the balance of support artifact combinations could be for like literally every unit on the team. I'm not kidding. Like you could completely swap all of the artifacts between every unit just based on actually as far as the funny idea. If you're playing Mualani, Duran, Nicole, Mona. No, you wouldn't put Nicole to be clear on the team if you're playing Mualani, but bear with me here. Let's say you're playing Mualani, Duran, Nicole, Mona. Same exact teammates. One of them you're playing Mona on field. One of them you're playing not. We're ignoring how much this team makes sense in either sense. One of them you're playing Mona on field. One of them you're playing Mualani on field. Right? Nicole doesn't apply pyro. Not well. She does with her activation of her abilities. No off-field pyro. So, like, you can realize, okay, well now you put a different artifact set on Mona, and then Nicole is probably on the same artifact set between those two. Probably, yeah. And then Duran can be, but Duran probably wants Noblesse for DPS Mona, I think. For C6 DPS Mona, at least. But non-C6 DPS Mona. That's a factor too, by the way. The investment into what on-field you're playing and how strong their multipliers are determines how worth it is to do something like put Noblesse on Duran, which is a good artifact set for him, by the way. It makes him do decent damage still. It's a very compelling option generically. But whether it's best over like putting him on the DPS set himself will depend on the relative damage contributions of things, right? So like it's just like, oh my god. There's no clear answer anymore. The answer is you should have, for whatever teams you're playing, you should have good options for, yeah. If you want to play a Hexerei unit on field in particular, definitely want options in this set. Having this option for Duran off field is nice too, but not like needed as much. Having options in Noblesse is pretty important. Having options for a bunch of characters in Tenacity, not for this team context we're discussing, is important. And then having options for like the new artifacts that give damage bonus with Hexerei on the team is important. Having options with Natlan characters for off-fielders is important to have options for Scroll, which is the damage bonus that gives you based on the reaction they trigger. Like, use that 20 resin. Do I have to? It's 24 hours until it's full. It'll be fine. So, anyways. Also, I just saw the YouTube chat has been working, by the way. Sorry. I wasn't ignoring you on purpose. Is Mona on Tenacity real? You could do it, but it sounds kind of awful. Not because it like, wouldn't work, just because sometimes enemies move outside of Mona's range, and it doesn't give any stats that like Mona appreciates. I mean, I guess Noblesse doesn't either, so maybe that's not that important a factor. It's a choice. It's an option you could have. It's definitely an option you could have, but not something that most people at least are likely to have artifacts for, I would say. Read that book? Yeah, we can read it in a second, sorry. Zajap has a command, it depends, yeah.
Thank you for...
Yes, the game is very, very it depends now, depending on what you want to do, particularly if you're just having a perspective of having fun with the game, rather than... That is one thing that is, I guess, appealing, that I don't really care about personally, but it is probably appealing to some players, about... I did claim everything. About just engaging with the power creep, aka just pulling, like, just pull Nefer and pull Nefer's best teammates. Just pull Zabai and pull her best teammates. Is you can just build the characters and leave them on one build because you're always using them with the one set of other characters. If you're never having to use characters in different contexts to adapt things around, there's not nearly as much nuance. Like, you can kind of just leave characters on a build and be happy with it if you're always using them in the same way, right? Mona burst damage isn't nothing. Yeah, like, yeah, Noblesse does something, but it's kind of, depends on, again, depending on what you're doing, like what the team exactly is, will vary on what Mona's damage contribution can do and how much better giving her a little bit of burst damage bonuses, right? So, yeah. Anyways, Nicole coordinated attack trigger Deepwood? I don't know. So, Nicole's coordinated attack is weird in that it says it specifically counts as damage. So you had to burst first of all to do it, right? But Nicole's coordinated attack says it counts as... frick. Who has Deepwood? Bruh, who has Deepwood? Someone has Deepwood, right? Toma has Deepwood. Fuck. Xiangling has Deepwood. There we go. So anyways, the specific raising is after skills or burst hit opponents. And there's also things... We can actually go back to my main account, I think. Oh wait, no, there's an artifact level. There's also things like how Nilou... 4-piece Serenade, for example. So this says, when dealing elemental damage, gain this effect. Right? Nilou doesn't actually deal any damage, by the way, with her little Hydro Ring, but Nilou does trigger Serenade off field. Right? Her ring applies Hydro, and I think the game is coded in a way where like Nilou's ring, and I assume this works for Barbara too. It's probably the same way. I'm not 100% sure though, because I never tested with Barbara, but I did test with Nilou. So, because it's very simple to test, you can just like hit with Nilou and then wait 8 seconds. Because if you hit on field with Nilou, obviously she does elemental damage when you're activating her E, right? She'll trigger Serenade for 8 seconds. Then once that 8 seconds expires, the Serenade buff should fall off, right? But it actually stays off field. But yes, it applies Hydra and does 0 damage. But it says when dealing damage. Is dealing 0 damage damage? Well, apparently in the game's code it is. Where like, something that deals 0 damage can still count as damage for triggering this effect. But anyways, Deepwood is obviously a different trigger condition. The point I'm saying is that there's weirdness that arises in unintuitive ways that means sometimes things can work when you think it might not work. Based on Nicole's kit phrasing, Deepwood shouldn't work. Because we can go pull it up. Actually, I think I have it open still. Yeah. So I was checking the materials yesterday. So, if Nicole does things, nearby active party members hit an opponent, an arcane projection is summoned to perform a coordinated attack against the opponent, dealing AoE elemental damage of the character's corresponding elemental type. This damage scales based on the corresponding character's attack and is considered as having been dealt by them. That is the really big thing here. Considered as being considered as having been dealt by them means like if I have Nicole buff up and I do damage with Raiden, that's not Nicole's burst doing damage, so Nicole wouldn't be able to trigger Deepwood from her burst hitting, right? Even though it is Nicole's burst doing an ability that contributes to your team's damage, the damage counts as Raiden's damage, not as Nicole's damage. Therefore, Nicole shouldn't be able to trigger Deepwood, right? From off field. She can trigger it obviously on field with her initial hits. So I don't know, though, because maybe it's a weird situation. Because this is a new kind of ability in the game. They've never coded an ability in the game like this that does a multiplier scaling value of damage that says, no, this does not count as the character who casted its damage, it counts only as the on-fielder. Right? What the hell is going on in Twitch chat? Zip the button on your pants when you button? Or zip, oh, like button or zip first? I think I zip first, then button, usually? I don't know. Does it scale with burst damage on Raiden kits? It adds multiplier value to whatever your hit is. It's just like it's an independent hit, corresponding to whatever elemental type. So that means if the hit... So Raiden is doing mostly burst damage, but she is also doing skill damage. So yes, it would count as burst damage if the hit that triggers it, because it can trigger every 3 seconds, right? If the hit that triggers it works, or triggers with a Raiden burst hit, then it will count as burst damage. But Raiden has a coordinated attack skill that is also being triggered every 1 second. I think because of the fact that Raiden's skill is a coordinated attack, and the coordinated attack happens after other damage, means most of the time Nicole burst for Raiden would mean it should count as burst damage most of the time. But if Raiden does a burst hit, like if the timing of Raiden's like 0.9 seconds for her skill hitting happens to line up with the 3-second cooldown, such that like the skill hits right after the 3-second cooldown ended for Nicole's projection attacks, which happens before you do another burst hit on Raiden from her normal attacks. That means that that projection attack from Nicole will count as skill damage on Raiden rather than burst damage. So, yeah, which is kind of convoluted to think about when it comes to something like Raiden, because that means Raiden, if you have a, well, not this build, don't worry about it. When you have a emblem build that gives her a bunch of burst damage bonus, that means you want that projection attack to have burst typing so that it gets the damage bonus, right? Most of the time, I wouldn't worry about it that much because, like, well, I don't know. Like, it is worth, like, considering, particularly if you get, like, a C1 Nicole. I don't know. Raiden with Nicole is interesting. I haven't considered that much, I guess. Unironically, Raiden's skill damage might matter more off-field, by the way, with Nicole buff up, which I hadn't thought about before. I'm actually going to jot a note down to make sure I test more of that. Raiden, Nicole things. But anyways, Nicole C1 is the same thing as her burst, but it doesn't require bursting. It only happens every 6 seconds, but it does 600% scaling of the corresponding elemental type. So this one would be much more important even, because it's a higher scaling for it to actually proc. So I think this conversation for Nicole and Raiden specifically is only relevant actually with Nicole C1, because Nicole's burst at a baseline at C0 is only really worth using with Hexarai characters, because her Hexarai passive gives a bunch of additional scaling. Although amusingly, it's scaling based on Nicole's attack, so it just becomes even more messy. So, anyways, yeah, it doesn't have any inherent tag, it's just based on what hit triggers it, which means it's funky. Why did we start talking about this? I don't remember. There was some fundamental question. Oh yeah, like whether it triggers Deepwood. So it's possible it triggers Deepwood because this still might be coded in the game as a burst hit from Nicole hitting, right? Even though it counts as the on-fielder doing the damage, it might count as Nicole's burst hitting, right? Because hitting is not the same as doing damage. And there's already funky interactions that sometimes work when you don't think they would work, like such as Serenade on Nilou, when she's not dealing any, she's doing 0 damage, but 0 damage still counts as damage in the game, so apparently it counts, right? Maybe Nicole's burst, even though the burst is counting as having been dealt by the projection attacks count as being dealt by the on-fielder, maybe something about how it's coded in the game, still the game knows that it's being dealt by Nicole, so maybe Deepwood still does work on Nicole. I don't know. It's weird. I don't think anyone right now is assuming it works on her for the purpose of like an Emily or a Kenichi team in particular is relevant, obviously. But it is something that is worth investigating, so hopefully I will remember to test that. Is the long yep. Her projections scale with Obsidian Codex? It should, because Night Soul... Well, actually, wait. It says of the... It should, because it says of the type, and Night Soul is a type of damage. Well, actually, maybe it's not. It's not a type. It's an alignment of damage, isn't it? I guess it's a crapshoot, honestly. Because the phrasing on Night Soul damage is Night Soul align, not Night Soul type. Type is element, I believe, normal. Or, no, type is not element. Type is... type is, element and, like, burst, charge attack, normal, whatever. But... Where's the... into Night Soul Blessing state? Yeah, dealing Night Soul aligned electro damage. Right? So it depends on the coded things. I think there's a good chance it does count as Night Soul aligned. That's an annoying thing to test, by the way. For like whether or not two-piece codex affects it. It's fucking annoying. So yeah, Nicole might do Night Soul damage, which is somewhat funny, because that means her coordinated attacks would minorly contribute to like Papilla. But realistically, the burst animation time is probably like not worth using for Papilla. Relative to just doing more hits in general in most contexts, so I don't know if it's that relevant, but... Pre-farm for Lohan? I'm not worried about pre-farming for Lohan now, he's not available till second half anyways. So... I don't see an issue with Codex. Yeah, I don't. I like if it doesn't work, it's a loss of a tiny bit of damage bonus on a tiny portion of what Nicole does for a non-Hexerite character. So again, without Nicole C1, I don't think it matters. With Nicole C1, it matters a bit more because Nicole C1 triggers no matter what without bursting and has much higher scaling for non-Hexerize. Like her burst scaling for non-Hexerize is 180%. It's what is that, 360, 700, it's 720%, whereas her C1 is 1800%, right, for non-Hexerize. Like her C1 is literally just it's just way better, almost 3 times as good in a single rotation. Now, when, to be clear, maybe not, no, I shouldn't say 3 times as good, because, well, you could argue infinitely as good, since her birth is you could argue infinitely as good because her burst isn't necessarily worth using in something like a Kanichi team. But even is the question about Codex, the 15% damage bonus being Night Soul state, or the 40% crit? Well, the 40% crit doesn't matter because I have Codex artifacts, but whoops. The 40% crit is just something that's given to the character themselves. Like this shows up in the stat screen when they consume Night Soul points. Oh wait. Oh, two-piece Codex isn't okay, never mind. This does work. Yeah, it's not a problem. For some reason I thought the phrasing of this was like Night Soul aligned damage is 15% damage bonus. Not cry brain rot, I'm sorry. Never mind. This whole yap was pointless for Codex. Yes, Codex does work. Because the character is in the state and they get their damage increase. So yeah, sorry. For some reason my brain thought it was like Night Soul aligned damage increased by 15%. It's not. It's the character's damage is increased by 15% when in Night Soul. So C6 Nicole power down to a C01. Oh fuck. I mean you have to, the minimum attack you could put on Nicole at level 90 is 342. Plus whatever like low base attack weapon at level 1. So like basically 350. So you can basically completely remove her team-wide attack buff essentially. But is removing, but that's like that's a funny question. I think at C6 she buffs attack by a total of what is her scaling go to at level 13? 708. So she buffs attack by, for the on-fielder in particular, by, I mean, you can remove the full 700, so she'd only be buffing 300 attack plus the additional. Yeah, this is the C2 attack is unconditional. You can't change that. So no matter what, a C6 Nicole is buffing attack for the on-fielder by 300, and then the team is always getting 300 attack. So if you get nothing from her skill because you build no attack on her, maybe. And you get C4 Nicole functionally turns off by not building attack on her. But the def ignore though is the harder part. Like how much attack is equivalent to the def ignore, right? Is the question. I don't know. Also, you can never turn off the 3-second condition thing. Like this gets rid of the 3-second condition. So, you know. Yeah, I don't know. My short answer is no, it wouldn't be simple, but you could do. Oh yeah, the red shred too. Yes, exactly. The short answer is no. The red shred and def ignore is problematic, and therefore powering down a C6 Nicole to C0 level would require doing a lot of calcs. Like it's only really easy to power down things when things are just like, oh, it gives 40 or 50% damage bonus. That means you can remove a goblet from each character kind of thing, or whatever else. And turn off C2 Shalonen, right? Like C2 Shalonen for Navia's damage, very easy to turn off, because I can just give Navia a non-geo damage bonus goblet, right? And that would be equivalent to having a geo damage bonus goblet if I didn't, or close enough to equivalent. Like 4% difference, what do you, right? Promea and Zenless. Her combat feels good. And I like everything about her except when she's like, yeah, let's flash. Like, why? Like, a character I feel very positively about, except for the thing that is a deal breaker. So, I don't know. I did a temple on her. With a guarantee, even. I have a guarantee. I was like, you know what? Whatever. I can overlook the being flashed if I get her for free. Particularly since my 50-50 loss was like 15 pity. So functionally 20 pity for a Promea. Okay, I can overlook it. I like Promea until she takes up the cave. Exactly. So, anyways, we haven't even talked about Lohan stuff yet, by the way. We're distracted. Let's go level this artifact, log back to my main account, read that book that Yuri paid for. Okay. And then... Four-liner save us. Okay. That's a low roll. Min roll, actually, but... Okay. That's a max roll. That makes up for it. Oh! That one hurt. Oh, that last roll hurt. Oh, that last roll hurt. But... That is a timepiece now, because I had this timepiece that I crafted, which is really good, but it's very heavy in crit rate. I did need one that was heavier in crit damage. It's very unfortunate that it rolled like that exactly, but I certainly can get rid of this now. So that's still a dub. Oh, I forgot I had that. Sure, feed it. Bam. Goodbye. Alright, well... That's fine. I can maybe re-roll it if I want in the future, but... I mean, it was so close to basically a perfect piece, but it still will be a good option for me to consider. Like, now that it's an onset piece that has one less crit damage roll than this piece does, and I can do an off-piece elsewhere, that might be the optimal play for Lohan, so that's good. That might, like, give me an off-piece circlet, although my off-piece circlets weren't that great. So, anyways. Okay. I saw a mod wearing a full suit. Huh. I didn't consider... Maybe I should just mod Zenless. I don't think anyone's been banned in Zenless for modding. Promea... ZZZ... Mod. Suit. Oh, how do I...
Would you mind coming with me to buy a
Let's
copy
see.
of today's newspaper?
Let's see. Promea toggles. Multi-outfit switcher. That's worse. I'm not gonna show it on screen. I don't want to get age restricted. No, it's fine. It's not like... I mean, well, it's not fine. Here's the mod. Oh, thank you. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm on the same site. The one I clicked on was, let's remove more. Like, I think it's like and particularly of, let's keep her permanently in stripper state. No. Why do you have gone you? Fuck Chronicle Banner. Fuck Chronicle Banner. Fuck Chronicle Banner. Okay, I mean, in combat, it'd be fine. It definitely doesn't look that good, to be clear. But it's fine. It's better, I do think. I like it more. I just don't like the weird glossy latex aspect. But it is better. It just doesn't look like it definitely looks like a mod. So, it would be funny. Play Zenless modded just to
There's an idea.
You know what? Fuck it.
Just
Let me.
a moment, please. I need
Alright,
to jot
brief
this down.
pause of Genshin. Let me launch Zenless. I have a temple. I'm still at like, to be clear, I'm still like 20 pity. So like, you know what? Forget. If I get her for basically free, I'll play her and install the mod. Zenless mod ever clothes women. Yeah, I have one Zenless mod. It's put clothes on my woman. Pulling silly? No, I'm a rupture hater. Sorry. Oh, making it suddenly go silent like that was kind of weird. Boop. Find one for Sissia too? Yeah, exactly. Have to permanently hide your ID if you plan to mod? Okay. I mean, honestly, I don't care. If they ban me, I'll just, like, Hoyovers, you're welcome. Ban my fucking account, assholes. You're just gonna save me money, bitches. I'll take it. If you take the control away from me, from being able to play the game and give you money, that's fine. You're just losing money for yourself and freeing me. Like, I like Zenless, don't get me wrong, but it wouldn't necessarily be net negative to be not allowed to play the game. Right? So, forget. Anyways, we're at, what am I at? Yeah, I'm at like 24 pity. Alright, well, such is life. 1 A rank. Oh, how exciting. Okay. Do I have any refund currency? I do. Not enough, though. Alright, well, I'll probably do one more 10 pull then. Not right now. Don't have any currency. Oh well. Alright. I found one for Sissia. Nice. Link it. And honestly, I already have Sissia. I'll fucking install it. As long as it doesn't look super ugly. Sissia I don't notice as much in combat, whereas fucking Promea has, like, active combat animations that try to, like, shove it in your face. Right? Let me turn the volume back on. Looks weird? Okay. Maybe it won't do the Sissia one then. Just got Lucia. Nice. Congrats. Okay. It still is like a bit low detail again. I actually like it more. I like this more than the other one. Like, we know nothing about Pyroids. No, we know that they run real fast. Emily Flower Hands, yeah. What is that thing? This is a girl failure. This is Zenless's Yahoder. Is the simple answer. Yeah, I don't know. I like it a lot more. I like it a lot more. I'll consider it. Snack, yeah. No, I know I play ZZZ. I main Sissia. Oh, okay. You're saying you dislike. I see. The skin, it looks disgusting. Is there a before and after? What's the response? It's amazing. A more likable character gets with a decent outfit. Like, I don't agree. I'm sorry. I respect it. I respect your choices. I like how Sissia gameplay works. I do not like the design. I mean, this doesn't even look that bad, to be clear. From this angle, like, I mean, it looks pretty bad with the fucking weird ass, everything. But, like, don't get me wrong, it has like lower detail. It definitely looks like a mod. But, hey, the outfit looks like what. This will look a little bit too much boobage, but this is better. I can't even find anything else other than the fucking splash art, but whatever. Fucking okay. Whatever. Anyways, I don't know. I like it more. Deal with it. She looks more like the NPC she wants to be. That's all. Thoughts on Miyabi's new outfit? It looks good. It's worse than her default skin. Like, they made a... Miyabi is like the one character I would give a straight 10 out of 10 design-wise, probably in Zenless. Well, actually, I think Soldier 11, in my opinion, is also 10 out of 10 design-wise. It's just, like, understated. It makes sense that they're wearing the clothes they're wearing for what they are in the world. So I think Soldier 11 and Miyabi get those 2 awards for me for 10 out of 10s. How do you make 10 out of 10 better? You don't. You make it worse. So I'm not gonna pay for it. I'm not paying for worse. But I don't dislike it on like the gold and black is pleasing level. So yeah. Doesn't fit really well in combat. Yeah, it doesn't contrast very well with their blue animations. For sure. So yeah. I feel like the only time you'd actually get in trouble for modding for skins is if you try to mod having the skins, by the way, that are paid. I feel like modding your own skins is unlikely to get Hoyoverse to ban you, but I don't know. Have people been banned for using skins in Zenless? And not hiding their UID? Again, I don't think I will try to hide it. If I get banned, then fuck you, Hoyoverse. You fine. You freed me from a gacha game. That Zenless is already floating on the tier of like, I'm enjoying the game's combat and it doesn't require that much daily time or anything. But I do get somewhat annoyed having to like complete events, you know, the gachas things. When I don't feel like I want to spend the time on it, but like, you know. Sissia in Nicole's outfit. Nicole Sig, good for Muika. So Nicole with Sig, my understanding is brings Nicole about the same as what Bennett is for her. Like the difference does not matter at all. The difference does matter with C0 in a way that when you're really pushing the limits of what you can do, you know, Bennett should be better for Muika. But it should be that as soon as you get a little bit of additional investment on Nicole, I would say Nicole becomes essentially exactly the same on Bennett as a spreadsheet level, but then in practice level, because again, like, if you're an asshole and you say, oh, Nicole is better than Bennett if you have skill issue because of, like, you know, doing sloppy rotations. Sometimes enemies actively force you to do longer rotations. That's not sloppy rotations, that's being smart. And therefore Nicole can already indirectly, I think, will already indirectly have strong potential to be better than Bennett, not just for skill issue, but just because routing things happen during actual fights. That means the way you route fights, how your buff up time kind of matters for that. So, Sissy is tacky. Yeah, that's true. That's probably the simplest way to say it. Nicole serves far more cunt. Oh, God. Sissy ain't serving. She's cute. Yeah, no, Sissy ain't serving. She's just a fucking dork. And I'm not, I do think that the vibe with this matches her as a dork a lot more. But anyways, I like it. It's like overly understated and simple. I vibe with it. But Nicole's outfit is funny for her. I don't think it'd match at all. Someone told her to wear Nicole's outfit. So anyways, yeah, R1 on. If you already have Durin in particular, Durin's weapon can be pretty good, right? Even as a stat stick, I guess is actually pretty not bad. So Nicole's weapon banner is probably going to be pretty decent in general. And if you are someone who really doesn't like, for whatever reason, Bennett with Muika, yeah, maybe R1 if you want to make sure like Muika, or if you want to make sure Nicole is like not compromising on anything with Muika, you can get her R1 or C1 potentially, right? I already have R1 doing. Oh, okay. Well, that makes the weapon banner a little bit worse for you then, right? Do you have Skyward Atlas? She's 5% worse. Yeah, with Skyward Atlas, Nicole is 5% worse, which is not that much. Again, that's like 5% is in the territory. Like again, 5% is if you're doing 150k DPS on Muika. 5% is 7,000 less, 7,500. It's 7,500 less DPS, and again, with Nicole, potentially maybe you need to do longer rotations sometimes again to get your rotation to line up properly with an enemy doing something. You might end up doing longer rotations anyways, such that Nicole's longer buff up time could actually, in practice, not result in lower DPS against an enemy. But it depends on the enemy and what's going on and in your ability to route, to be clear. But like 5% worse is already not that much. It's in my opinion little enough that it's unlikely most of the time that your ability to clear depends on 7,000 DPS. It can, but most of the time in my experience, 7k DPS is not going to be the difference maker. So predict the 4 stars. Oh, on Nicole Durham banner. I mean Prune. That might be a hot take. I think Prune might be on Nicole Durham banner. Or do you mean weapon banner? Weapon banner? Fuck, I don't know. They're probably gonna put Moonweaver, the sword, because it's a potential Durin weapon. So they'll put it on there as Durin weapon bait to make you feel better about wishing on the banner. I don't think it's actually very good. I think it would be objectively better to put Fav on the banner, but I think they'll put this in the banner. And then putting Codex on the banner is probably a smart play. Fav Codex, sorry, because it's a Nicole weapon. Like you can. There's some person that will potentially be baited more on the weapon banner because somehow they don't have a single 5 Codex after a year of play, and they might want to use Fav on Nicole in many a team context. So, yep, or on Prune. So Fav Codex, Moonweaver's Dawn, some shitty Claymore. Will Fav Lance be on the banner? I think Fav Lance is on the current one. They tend to not run the same polar. They tend to alternate-ish between. It's going to be Dragon's Bane. They tend to alternate-ish. It's either going to be Dragon's Bane or there's a chance they could do a, hey, here's a Moonweaver, or Moonweavers, here's a Sacrificer Staff as some bait. But I highly doubt Sacrificer Staff is going to be on Nicole during weapon banner because Sacrificer Staff is relevant for Lohan. They're going to put on a Lohan weapon banner, right? So it's just going to be like Dragon's Bane, a Claymore that won't matter, Fab Codex, Moonweavers, and then a Fab Bow, because the more Fabs on the banner, the better the banner actually is technically, and they like to make the 4 stars half compelling, and I don't know of any other bow that matters at all. So it could be Sack Bow to be clear. It's probably going to be Sack Bow or Fab Bow. For character banner, with Prune, are they going to put another Hexorite? I think if Fischl's going to rerun, there's a very good chance Fischl reruns with Prune Durin. So first of all, Muika, Eonson Chevrus, and did they even run a Hexorite with? Is it what is the most relevant 4-star Hexorite for enabling Lohan? Is it Fischl? Fuck. No, Fischl doesn't really. There's not really relevant. Well, we're not right now. Maybe they throw Prune on the. I don't know. I think they can. I think they just are gonna roll no Hexorize on Lohan's banner. Because again, I think they originally intended him to be standard banner. So, and Muika is too much of Muika with good 4 stars for Muika is too much bait to make people pull on Muika. Like I think they want people to be baited into pulling Muika C2 by running like Muika C2 with Auron, Eonson, Chevrus. Like that's just like, you could argue that's just the banner to wish on a wishing resource level if you don't have cons on those 4 stars, right? So that's my prediction. I think they'll do that. I think they're gonna do it. They're gonna do Muika with Eonson, Chevrus, Auron. There's a chance Auron gets replaced by Fischl because of Hexorite. But I think Fischl will be on the first half banner with Prune, and then there's going to be some random ass 4-star that doesn't matter. That hasn't rerun in a while. Yanfei, yeah, sure. What is a Soluna? A Sun and Moon. Just a portmanteau of Sun and Moon. Bait, it's auto for me since she's C1 R1. I can't not do it. I mean, that's fair. If you like Moika a lot and you already have C1, yeah, why not? It would be funny if I get lucky somehow with Lohan. I'm not against the idea of doing a funny 10 pull on Moika banner. Not that I'm not gonna spend money for this, okay? But it would be funny to have C2 Moika and refuse to use her. It would be funny to have C2 Moika and refuse to use her. It would be funny. But, anyways. No, I don't think I'm gonna do that. But if it's I have spare pulls and it'd be funny to get a 10 pull that gives C2 Moika, I'd consider it. But I'd have to get really lucky getting Lohan, because I'd much rather have Lohan than a fucking C2 Moika. Take those cons off your hand. I would sell her if I could, unironically. I do not like this character. I've been trying to clear again, by the way, because I wanted to clear Papilla again with Kanich. You know, I'll go. I think the characters are configured. I tried for like 4 hours. I was streaming on Furu's server to a bunch of people watching. I think Pleb might have been there for some of it, if Pleb's here. And like, yeah, the one context I'm willing to Moika burst is like Dire Papilla with Kanich. So yes, you're gonna see a rare Moika burst on my account here. But like, watch me clear this easily, that'd be funny. I have Reverie on Kanich right now, by the way. Deepwood, Emily, Tenacity, Moika. Duran, no, the point is not to clear. I did test Duran to be clear to see how much better. Ignore that. I did test Duran to see how much better a C2 Duran was. It was trivial. Like it took me. I think I died or did severe misplays initially or something. But like after figuring out just not severely playing terribly, I cleared with like 100 seconds. Like Duran over Moika. This is before Nicole comes out, by the way, and you can do Duran Nicole combo. Duran over Moika was just a lot better. With C2 Duran, obviously, to be clear. Like obviously C2 Duran would be a little bit of a different story. I don't know how much better a C0 Duran would be, so you know. Like yeah, if I just wanted to clear it all, it's trivial for me to clear with Duran. Okay. On my account. But like the fact that it goes from like trivial what am I doing? I'm yapping. The fact that it goes from trivial to very difficult is a little struggle. A little annoying. Do a viewer poll?
Stronger.
I got him cornered.
I missed. Yeah, I thought I was gonna screw up. Oh, you went out of range, you dick! See when Duran prefer 3 times main attack set? I think it depends on your on-fielder. Like in this team, I think Duran would actually prefer triple attack percent.
Locked on.
Technically, but it's a pretty minor difference at the end of the day. Oops, that's bad. Okay, good. I meant to do Eon's on first. That's dumb. Don't worry about it. Yeah, spam E. Spam. Energy. There we go. Bam.
Target acquired.
Although with Nicole, to be clear, yeah, crit circlet should become better again, to be fair. Or not better again. It was already technically better, I believe. But in practice, I found that the damage difference Duran provided was extraordinarily minor. That I think with investment in your on-fielder, doing triple attack percent skill better, but Nicole might change that balance.
Control breathing.
Target acquired.
quick as a flash. Let's light as a blazing sun. Oh, glory! Your soul.
God damn it. Ugh. This has been the experience, by the way. Like I've gotten like quite consistent at getting to this point with Kenichi. I'm not kidding. In 3 hours of attempts, I had fucking 6 attempts where you couldn't see any health left on it. If Mawika's burst was leveled, I'm aware. I'm aware. Yes, Mawika's burst being leveled would probably make this pretty free. But I refuse. One thing that I'm slightly disappointed by is that like it doesn't even seem to be better to use Will's Gravestone, but that's more of a problem with Will's Gravestone than probably anything. So, yeah, anyways. Oh well. Oh well is the answer. Moeka C2 would make it free. Yes, true. Moeka C2 might actually be better than Durin C2. Moeka C2 for off-field mode, in case you aren't unaware, gives def reduction, so that's kind of something. I don't actually know without her burst level that she'd be better than Durin, though. Oh, damn it. That first 5e is really annoying. I didn't... You.
This'll brighten up the place.
Rise to the sun. Wrath from the sky.
I got him cornered.
Damn it.
Souls.
I tried to get the 5e before doing that.
Light it up.
You, did the teleport move. So my weak is E didn't hit. Kenichi uncraftable? No, he's on Dia's weapon, I think. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, I don't know if on feeling in a burning team is yeah, I don't think it would be free. But I don't know. Mawika's not an on-builder in this account. It's illegal, so I don't know. Viewer poll for Nicole. If we do viewer polls on Nicole, the problem is TV is going to be turned off in 5 minutes. Why? I think my new display is coming soon, by the way, which is cool. So I can stop using a fucking display as my monitor, or TV as my monitor. Obviously, a display as my monitor. It's attack for Durin besides improving his damage. It improves his damage. If you have C1, it also improves his buff. But anyways, so for viewer polls for Nicole, if I make a form, I'm not against doing it. Like, it's fun doing viewer wishes, don't get me wrong. It's fun gamping. The problem is, when the banner goes live is when all the EU viewers would be asleep. So, like, the EU viewers, most likely, unless they want to stab into the middle of the night, would prefer I do polls the next day. But the next day is when I'd want to do Nicole testing, right? I'm not on Creator Server anymore. I do not want to be on Creator Server anymore. And Dia's Sig too much crit rate. I don't think it's massively better, to be clear. I just found it less variable. So, yeah, Reverie, Kenichi. I have a good Codex build with Mawika weapon on him, but it's not good enough. I feel like to stand out over Reverie, actually. And Reverie was, again, more consistent than using Mawika weapon on Kenichi. And I definitely can't use Dia weapon on Kenichi. So, do your polls and leave it as a surprise. That would be funny. If you want to, honestly, I don't know, let me know. You can DM me, Sylvia, if you actually want me to. That'd be very funny. Like, you could tell me very specifically what you want me to pull on your account. Like, just spend X amount of wishes, and then you log in and just see what you got. And then, but you also have to, like, tell me, like, if I get C6 prune early, stop wishing kind of thing, right? Because it's not just like, oh, spend 300 wishes. No, should be like, I have 300 wishes to spend until C6 prune, kind of thing. Like stop when getting C6 prune. Don't spend another 150 wishes if I already have C6 prune. But yeah, damage dummy testing. With Kanish, no. Fuck damage dummy testing. We're testing in context on an enemy. I don't need to do damage dummy testing. I don't give a shit what the team DPS is. It matters because like the fucking Papilla mechanics change the timing of when different buffs line up with stuff, and just for like particularly if when Kanish is on Malika weapon, in a way that I didn't really find it better. I have found the Reverie build, other than not having 100% crit rate, more consistent for damage. To be clear, maybe some of that was just getting used, or some of the just gameplay improvement, but for like over an hour and a half to 2 hours, I was trying Kanish on Obsidian Codex, with different combinations of either Reverie on Emily, Deepwood on Muika, Deepwood on Emily, Tenacity on Muika, but Obsidian Codex on Kanish, and I don't know, right? Like, it's not massively better, don't get me wrong, but yeah. So, anyways, does attack do for Durham, or no, that's an old message. Really hoping Lohan was standard, yeah. It would have been nice. I only got one pity's worth of the pulse, to be fair. I see. Okay. But yeah, if you want me to, we can. Oh yeah, book. I said we're gonna do that. Oh yeah, we need to do event. Jesus Christ. I've been so yappy today. The book made us read and then yap. Oh god. Am I even gonna be able to do this today? I don't know. What time is it? Oh my god, I'm an hour away from D&D time. Good lord. How the hell did that happen? Okay. Also, reminder, call your mom. Unless you, I guess, despise your mom for some reason. But even if you do despise your mom, maybe it's worth self-reflecting a little bit and asking yourself if she's worth that despise. I've certainly complained about my parents and my mom in particular a bit, but no matter what, she is my mom, and she's not done anything terrible to me or anything. Just disagree with some of her approach on things. Yeah. My parents are still, no matter what, my parents. But anyways. Call your mom. I already called my mom. And my grandma. I also talked to my sister. So anyways. It threw me off when it was Mother's Day today. It was a few months ago for you. Oh yeah. Mother's Day is different. When is Mother's Day for you? Is it like February? What, a few months ago? I don't know. No, certainly not February, right? Event should be called event, yeah. Where the book? Okay. I see. Okay. Brief history of the Pale Starborn. Okie dokie. Early March. Interesting. That was a couple months ago? I guess it was. That's true. Damn. I'm going the wrong direction. Gotta go up here. Did they show off any music from Snezhnaya yet? I don't think they did. It was just like generic hype music, right? When they showed Snezhnaya. I don't know. Nocry's music is so fucking good. They're gonna struggle. It's over here. Hollow booksellers. A lot of lore and Reed Miller, I see. Brief history of the Pale Starborn. Alright. This is gonna take an hour? Surely not. History of one city. Also, hello. Yehoder and Durin.
Newspapers, anyone? Okay, let's go with this one, and this one. These are all pretty old, huh? And throw those two at the back into the bundle too.
Okay.
Come on. You've put them out for ages and nobody's bought them anyway.
I didn't know this triggered.
We'll give them a home at half off.
Buy all the books as an achievement.
Thank you.
I'll pass
Yehoda.
for now. That sounded really forced. Thank you, Yehoda. I don't know why. It makes sense that Durin wanted the books, but
No biggie. It's just a few fairy tale books.
it's
Easy
true.
peasy.
They're all made up bullshit.
Plus, with
I agree,
you
Yehoder.
around, you can be sure you're not getting ripped off. But, dude, seriously, what are you gonna do with all these?
Yeah, Yehoder
Read
get
them yourself?
Yehoder does give vibes of someone who doesn't like to read at all. What are you gonna do with these fucking things? What the read them?
I also want to bring them to Hat Guy. He probably
yes.
hasn't read these books either.
All right, you two really get along, huh? These books are all packed. Here.
Bought the
take
books
'em.
before the anecdote was out, and I
Got
permanently
some
locked out.
things to
I
take
don't know.
care
Maybe
of,
just interact
so
with the dude,
I'll
probably.
head off now.
Like when go in the shop menu and then exit out. You might trigger it.
Thank you, Yehoda.
Thanking me once is enough. Anyway, I'm going.
Okay, that was a funny one. Yehoda does not know how to deal with a 4-year-old. God, okay. Book. I hit the wrong archive every time. Book. What was it called again? There we go. Brief history of Pale Starborn. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This might be the rest of the stream. Take a drink of water. You're already paid for this. It's fine. We'll see. I've been told it's better. Just skimming, it gives better vibes. Nicole type of brief, yeah. Durin too pure for this world, true. Alright. In the 3rd year of the 428th cycle, that is... that's not the right word. In the 3rd year of the 428th cycle, that is the 76th year after the Emperor Monomak Snezhny raised the imperial capital 127 upon the frozen earth. The emperor dispatched envoys under the fiefs of the Vila, and said unto them, "To whom do you offer tribute?" They answered, "Unto King Mislav 128. What the fuck are the numbers? I appreciate the number. The numbers here are really... This is well done. Immediately, by the way, this is well done on the vibes of like being a record of something, and like these numbers mean something to whoever the fuck wrote this in whatever context it made sense within. But hard to interpret in the future, right? So the indexes at the bottom. Okay, good to know. No, they don't. You're a liar. Or is it the button? I've been lied to, Yuri. All right. Anyways, and the imperial emissary said unto them, "Do so no longer, for they demand unlovely 129 tribute." But yeah, is there missing? Why am I missing the indexes? I had to buy the indexes. That makes sense that it's index numbers, though. I'll skip reading them since they're index numbers. The middle. Oh, oh, I see. Okay. Awful. Put the index in the middle. Oh God. Oh, I see. Wait. That's my kind of index. Holy shit! The index is. Oh my God. The index is most of this thing. All right, this is my kind of book. I like it. All right. The entirety of it is actually indexed for what the numbers refer to. I appreciate it. That's like how you write this. Where like you want to write like this is the thing you want to write of the thing that happened, but then there's a bunch of contextual information to add into here that doesn't make sense as an interrupter with that information. So you index it and put it elsewhere because it's really important information to have. But then, like, whatever historian wrote this, good job. The fucking sun and moon, you're a dip. I bet, you want to know what I bet? I bet this one doesn't end with, and I am so proud of myself for recording it so accurately. I am the #1 recorder of histories with 100% accurate prediction with the quadrillion humans that both need to farm food but also get fed food by the gods. Anyways. Sorry. Let's continue reading. Okay, so they ceased their tribute because we'll have to look into the context of what the important context is to understand properly, but okay, I get the vibe. So raise the capital. Okay. So different to a king that is not that emperor, and they said don't, for they demand tribute that is not chill. All right, probably the killing people or something. All right, cool. Night Murmurs from the Far Border gives a very interesting glimpse into one Fey type. Not long, clear read. All right. I don't think I'll have time, but maybe we can. All right. The 4th year of the 428th cycle. The 5th year of the 428th cycle. Did nothing happen in the 4th and 5th year? Well, it must be nice to live in the 4th and 5th year. I'm not gonna lie. This sounds like a chill time. Like, this reminds me of like what 2023 was like. 2023, the year before we weren't paranoid about the election. I mean, some people were. I was a little bit, but passively, right? Like there was 2022, 23, like lingering effects of the pandemic, but like mostly it's pretty chill years in America. I was a little bit optimistic about the direction of things. And then 2024 happened. All right. In 2024, King Misklov spoke to his people, his kin, and his confederates, accusing the Pale Star Court of breaking the standing peace agreement. He demanded that the emperor pay tribute for 10 years, the grain of 600 granaries, and gold to fill 30 storehouses. Okay. And sufficient slaves to transport such bounty. This was 30 times the amount that had been demanded of the vila. The emperor rejected this ultimatum, and both sides prepared for war thereafter. The emperor said, "To sacrifice ourselves for the homeland is honorable. Let our comrades in this be our swords and our love. Our enemies proclaim peace, for they wish to stir up war." I wonder what that reminds me of right now. Should we shamefully give in to them, meaning the Volkodblok, our sons and our daughters shall face war greater still. Thus, let us bravely fight for our survival. Let us taste the honeyed wine of victory, or let us make of ourselves a glorious oblation. Alright, it's a nice little speech, and a good recording of what he said. I absolutely believe that this is what this emperor said in the past. Alright, anyways, oh boy, I hate that I'm the, right now in the real world, I do not like that I am the vila. I'm not the vila, okay? I don't work for the US government, but I feel like I'm part of the country that is the vila. Emperor's the first cryo archon, I kinda figured. In the 7th year of the 428th cycle, King Miskalov launched an assault upon Kitse at the head of a great host. I'm sure I'm not gonna pronounce any of these names, but anyways, the Misklavi Mrs. Lovely. Oh my God, I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure I didn't even get close. The clans marched with him, as did the people of as did the people of Nulmagarthir, Dalegrad, Cernarica, and their numerous servants. This is the hardest I've ever had with trying to even approach pronouncing names in this game. 3 times the armies clashed at Kitez, in the foothills, at the frozen lake, and on the plains. The emperor slew King Misilov and the many princes who followed him. Grand Duke Seriviki was fortunate to escape with his life, but both Grand Dukes Skroldert and Voidianoi were pierced by the emperor's spear and slain. Okay. In his mercy and love, the emperor sought their bodies out and had them returned to their clans for burial. The emperor said thus, They were not kings nor born of a sacred blood. Never were they meant for rulership. Yet, heir to the pale star and protector of all Fae am I. Thus did the remaining clans of the Fae seek an audience with him, and thus did he gain the authority to govern them. From that day forth, he named himself the Belshazzar. Alright. Saritsa, his daughter as well. I've heard I don't know where the information is gleaned from, but the leaning theory, I believe, is assumed to be that yes, the Saritsa is his daughter, because they are Fae and they are pseudo long-lived immortal peoples. Yeah. Slay King. Alright, so 127. Kitez was the first city in all of Snezhnaya. Imperial capital was built after the custom of the Fae ancestors. Okay, these are all just indexes, so I'll just skim through them. Well, I don't know. Do you want me to read all the indexes in narration voice? Oh my god. I love it, actually. I appreciate this. If this is what most of this was like, I don't know. Like, if this was what Sun and Moon is, 10 out of 10. Just read them as is. Okay. Alright, so yeah, Kitez was the blah, 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 blah. The imperial capital city was built on the custom of Fae ancestors, remaining the center of power over the frozen lands for the 4th year of the 417th cycle, that is the year of its founding, until His Majesty the Emperor, in his boundless mercy and grace, a little bit of bias in this historian, but I appreciate it. It's a good touch, actually, pardoned humanity and gave them membership in his realm, moving his seat to Snezhnograd. Okay. I wonder if there's going to be like ruins of this city somewhere. I don't know how long ago this was. Misilov, known as the Volkov Chronicles as the Blood Devourer. Oh, what a nice name. The great ruler of all Volkodlov, the wise blood drinker, the master of the Misilovi alliance. According to the Volkov, under his command, King Misilov was a hulking figure, standing out even upon great battlefields like a mighty mountain. As such, he was known by Fae Chronicles as Goranishk, or Son of the Mountain. The term lovely, as pointed out in the Theory of Fae language, can also be translated in our modern context as beneficial, lovable, or endearing. It should be evident that these words meant rather similar things in those days. The meaning of the Emperor's envoy's words... What's happening? Oh, I think I hear someone's dog really loudly playing with a squeaky toy right outside or something. I was like, all right, okay. The meaning of the Emperor's envoy's words therefore should be understood to mean their demand from tributes from you is undesirable, or perhaps unbeneficial to you. Some scholars have as such interpreted the envoy's words as a veiled threat. Okay. For more relevant information, as well as the precise semantic scope of this term, please refer to the discussion found within the Theory of Fae language. Alright, this is my favorite historian in Genshin Impact. Like, it has an index where it goes into the some of the discourse and mentioning like that there's some discussion, there's ongoing discussion on what exactly the context of the intent behind this word was and how that's important to analyzing the history of it. Honestly, 10 out of 10. Even to the eye of later generations, Misilavi, the realm established... I feel like the typical lore enjoyer of Genshin is the person that enjoys Sun and Moon. The type of person I am is the person that enjoys this. This is the contrast between things, I feel like. That explains my entire problem in many ways with Sun and Moon. So, even to the eye of later generations, Misilavi, the realm established by the wise amongst the Volkolok, was entirely preposterous in its accusations against the Pale Star's royal court. Okay. Yet the accusations were not wholly unreasoned, or rather, King Misilov, king of the Volkol, whose kingdom bore his name, sought to provoke war for a truer purpose. That is, his fear of the Pale Star court's rise since the previous conflict. Okay. Under Emperor Monomak, the alliance centered around Kitzgrad developed an entirely new character over the course of the century. It rapidly advanced both in economy and governmental structure to allow Emperor Monomak to gain the upper hand in his tug of war. The Monomak is like the hardest one for me almost, because like my brain looks at it and thinks I can say it properly and then I fuck up. Emperor Monomak To gain the upper hand in this tug of war was anathema to King Misalov. Thus began the war that would ultimately shape the destiny of this continent, shrouded in silver snow. The Nilmugger were Vodelglov of bovine aspect. Okay. The Dalegrad were a clan of water imps. Okay. And the Cernurika were Vodelok with wolf-like appearances. And then primarily military retainers. 134. It's 134. The other ones I don't even need to refer back to because it's just describing different types of fae, right? Yeah. Oh, just servants. Okay. They're numerous servants. Okay. So, but this is some of the biggest fucking throwback I've had to actually like doing research when I was in college properly. This is what research in college is like, by the way. Not even just in college. This is what real research is like. It's finding some fucking niche ass thing that is about a topic that might contain information that is relevant to something you are investigating, and looking into the indexes that refer to and references that refer to other things, and finding the web of all connections between each other. This is what you do. So, anyways, yeah. So this I'm assuming is an implication on a gameplay level. It means we're gonna see 3 different types of fae, at least in Ascension Island, 3 new types. Because these are, wait, no, bovine is deer, right? So, have we seen? No, the llama's not fae, right? What is bovine? Let me double check. I thought bovine was deer-esque, not literally deer, but no, bovine is the ox. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, didn't think so. Llama's not. Yeah, cow. Okay. So Veresifae, water spirit creature fae, and then doggo fae. We're getting more Goros. Let's go. They'll all be Goro tier. King Misalov took personal command in these 3 large-scale battles against the Emperor. Legend has it that, driven by despair in that final battle, he sought to use the power of the Shadow Realm, Yu-Gi-Oh, to delay. Sorry, every time any kind of like my child brain can't detach Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid, and so. And how, like, unserious... I mean, it was serious in the context of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I guess, but, like, adult brain attributes unseriousness to Shadow Realm, like, jokey meminess, so I feel like it's a term you should avoid using if you're trying to do fantasy nowadays because of its association with other properties. But, anyways, sorry. Yu-Gi-Oh! Shadow Realm, anyway, the power of the Shadow Realm to delay the advance of the Pale Star Court's forces. Though this measure failed to turn the tide, it did have an impact on the Emperor's future decisions. Please refer to it. Oh, let's fucking go. Please refer to a history of Snezhny expedition for detailed records of said 3 battles. Does this exist, Yurei? I'm not gonna read it right now, but does it exist? If they doubled down on this and they made it exist, please. Maybe it's in Snezhny. I gotta buy it. Maybe it's a hint. You'll be able to buy the records in Snezhny. Yeah, okay. It is worth noting that out on the flank, the Specken Legion had received orders from King Mislav to pursue and prevent Imperial forces from uniting. Yet, they were mysteriously misled by the icy fog that day. Misjudging their route of advance, they missed their opportunity to strike and could not prevent the Imperial forces from linking up. This ultimately caused the defeat of Mislav's forces in a head-on clash. This incident has been recorded by a great many historians, but the cause of the sudden shift in the weather remains unknown. Okay, interesting. King Misalov was eventually slain when the Emperor's spear pierced through his head. Ooh, wow, very dramatic. It's said that the bear-shaped skull, large as a chariot, is now housed in the Zapolyarny Palace treasury, still bears the marks left by the spear. Alright, a little bit edgy, but sure. Sariviki, the Grey Wolf, so the Chronicles record, ruler of Serenika, a cunning wolf known for his agility, is said to have engaged in clandestine dealings early in the war with Porphyry, the minister then in charge of the Pale Star's finances. Following the fall of King Misalov's rule, he was the sole Fey Grand Duke to slip immediately and effortlessly into the ranks of the ministers in the Pale Star's royal court. Okay, interesting. As such, some scholars believe that the failure of the Specken Legion under his command to pursue battle at a critical moment was no mere accident. Yeah. Though this hypothesis cannot be considered supported by sufficient evidence. What a great line. See? This is the kind of historian we need in the world. More of. There's plenty of them in our real world. I mean, I just mean in the Teyvat world, we are very lacking in historians of this quality. Skoldert, known as the Deepwood Bull in the Volkov Chronicles, Grand Duke of Nobagarbir, under Mislov's command. During the second campaign, he proposed leading an elite vanguard to circle around to the rear of the Pale Star Court's forces. He planned to launch a surprise attack and force them into an ambush zone, while the main army would encircle said zone and strike. However, intelligence regarding the strategy was seized by a Fae who had infiltrated King Mislov's army. Filipov, loyal to His Majesty the Emperor and most skilled in transformation techniques. By the way, one of this is reminding me in some ways of one of the best fucking fantasy books I've read, which is, if I recall, what was the second book called? It's the second book of the Malazan series, maybe the third. It's the Chain of Dogs. I don't know if that's the book, but that's if you've heard of it, you know what I'm referencing by the Chain of Dogs. Let me look it up. Chain of Dogs. Dead House Gates. That is the book. Yes, it is the second book in the Malazan series. Dead House Gates is such a fucking good book. It is written, if I recall, not entirely from the perspective. I do believe it bounces between a few different characters. But the core character is that you are getting the perspective of is a historian that is following an army in this fantasy world around. And so much of the story is told from this perspective of a historian telling the story, right? And what the historian is involved in with the different, like the historian himself is not like an impactful person making major decisions for like the war and whatever going on, but like it's really, really fucking good. And the first book of Malazan was like enjoyable. It's like serves as a sufficient hook into the series. But then the second book of Malazan just solidifies like it as something really special in my mind. So anyways, and this gives me some vibes of that, simply because this is a historian that, not that they were a war historian necessarily, but this is a historian that collected information from war historians. And like war historians are one of those things that's really interesting to think about as a valuable profession, not to the people that are alive today, but to the people that are alive in the future. And it's like it takes a lot of forward thinking to see value in that, right? So anyways, and I don't know, that book gave me appreciation for the in-person ways someone records history. In the modern day, you know, this happens with like wartime journalism, of course, but I feel like maybe this does exist as a job, I guess, just in a very limited sense for a few people, but it's not a normal job to be confused of in the current day, right? You don't have a job of that off the top, man, that I know of. They might exist technically, right? But of someone that is specifically their duty is to be a war historian kind of thing. But anyways, order takeout or explore my fridge. Probably depends on what's in your fridge, but I would explore your fridge first. Anyways, Emperor adjusted his plans accordingly. Did I already read that? I don't know. I'll reread it. The surprise attack ironically led him to become deeply encircled by the Pale Star's royal army. Oops. The Pale Star forces entrapped his, all while destroying any arriving relief columns, causing King Mislov's forces to suffer a catastrophic defeat in the second battle. The Grand Duke was then slain in this battle when His Majesty's the Emperor's spear pierced his chest. Vodyanoi, given the appellation the Lackland by the Volkov Chronicles, ruler of Dalegrad, blah, 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 blah. A warrior of unparalleled valor, yet a brute like no other, skill in launching surprise attacks from beneath the ice. Guerrilla warfare beneath the frozen lakes. Jesus. That's fucking spooky. Ever had trypophobia? I feel like these people would give you PTSD plus trypophobia. if you lived, to be clear. Anyways, just you can just like I just conjure an image in my head of like standing on like I live in Minnesota. There's lakes you can stand on where like on rare occasions there's no snow on the ice, and you can see through the ice and it's just like dark blue water below, and without the idea that there's things that want to actively come out of the water and kill you below the ice, and that one could just pop up. It's fucking horrifying. Like it's already a little bit spooky enough thinking that there's like fish with teeth there sometimes. I'm not really scared of the fish with teeth. They're just chill animals. They don't give a shit. But I get the vibe, and this makes the fear real, right? Anyways, more real. Not that like fear is real just by being a fear. That's not what I'm trying to say. I just mean like real danger. The Emperor's Spear. Those unfamiliar with the battlefield often question many descriptions in the battle accounts, including the records of him wielding it to slay the enemy commanders as the two armies fought it out. Most skeptics typically argue that, given the size of the armies the commanders' positions within their formations, it would have been almost impossible for the commanders to engage in direct combat amidst the chaotic melee. The following must be clarified. The Emperor's feat of piercing the enemy commanders with his spear did not occur as a result of direct engagement. Rather, the spear was used as an arrow launched with a force unimaginable by common knowledge, piercing through the battlefield. Okay. So, by the way, sorry, I'm a polearms only. I have polearms only brain rot. The Tsaritsa is this dude's daughter. Well, am I right? It would make kind of sounds like it would make sense if she's a polearm user. Yeah, and Cryo Traveler Burst is throwing an ice spear. I swear to God, if fucking Cryo Traveler has ice spear motifs, and then like the Tsaritsa is ice spear pro max, learned from Daddy, to snipe enemies from miles away. I shouldn't say learn from Daddy. That's I apologize for that. But neither of them are actually like. Obviously, Traveler is a sword user. It's fine. But if the Tsaritsa has a lot of like, oh yeah, she does spear attacks and it doesn't have a fucking polearm, I will be upset. The cope is now more real. Thank you for this, Yuri. That I get the cryo archon on polearms only. Hopefully they do something useful for the account. Who knows? Because I can tell you, Columbina would be like useful for polearms only, but like not insano useful. It would be nice for just being more Hydra, realistically. And like, yeah, it uplifts Flynn's and Neffa. Like, yeah, Flynn's and Neffa Columbina becomes even better. But it's not really needed on the account, right? Per se. Like, what Columbina's kit does isn't really important for polearms only, other than being Hydro. So, maybe it'll be the same thing with Tsaritsa, but I don't know. We'll see. Tsaritsa and Raiden teams. Let's go. She's going to be a bow character. Oh, God. A sacred bloodline, the meaning of which is unknown. Emperor Monomach laid the claim to the title Lord of all Fae, and as such, he should have been of the same blood as the other fairies. It seemed that he merely used the phrase as a means to establish legitimacy. They were not kings nor born of sacred blood. I see. Okay. Yeah. So this is a note of like, there might be something to like, there actually is like a special bloodline, but probably was just like a I am the ruler type shit. Okay. The first year of the 799 cycle in the fourth month of this year, Anastasia was crowned Tsaritsa of all Snezhnaya. Oh, okay. So the current Tsaritsa. Many of the Fae prince are implied to be. Is this so? This Anastasia is implied to be the name of the Tsaritsa, I assume. Many of the Fae princes did not come into Snezhnograd to seek an audience with her. The Dalegrad clan broke ties with Snezhnograd, for Emperor Monokmuk had passed away. Yeah, it's her. Okay. Second year of the 799, the Humans of Port Beladai, taking advantage of Emperor Monokmuk's demise, declared self-governance in the winter, rebelling against the Fae princes. Grand Duke Dragor. Okay. In the third year of the cycle, the Tsaritsa deployed troops to attack the forces of an independent government, occupying the territory of and then the clans, charging them with negligence and condoning rebellion. Their princely ties as rulers of these territories were revoked. Their positions taken over by non-hereditary officials. Interesting. Unlike Emperor Monomak, she did not muster the Druzna, but rather established a force known as the Fatui. Wow. It was they who conquered the lands of the Fey princes. Grand Duke Drivagorg accused the Tsaritsa herself of treason and met the Fatui with his own forces, and there he perished. On the 10th day of the 3rd month, the Tsaritsa dispatched envoys to the port. They claimed the separatist forces, and they calmed the separatist forces and requested that they hand over the instigators of the rebellion, promising amnesty to all others. The request was accepted, and thus did the port escape being leveled. On the 23rd of that day of that same month, she then sent her emissaries to all the Fey princes who had not yet come to seek an audience with her. She demanded they hand over all their authority, promising that they would retain their honorary titles as aristocracy. Many would pass on before they could make their replies, and those who remained acceded. Thus did the Tsaritsa take control of the north. Okay. In the 4th year of they built the fortress, the City of Fools. 6th year established administrative issues. Okay, human was appointed. Okay, is this just there's a playable character named Ivanova? I feel like that's all that line was. Okay, cool. She's a hex witch. Oh, interesting. Who writes all these books? It's so much. I mean, in the real world, I mean, a Hoyoverse employee. Someone on the writing team. Probably different people on the writing team. In... What time is it? 6:23. Okay. I gotta go to the bathroom quick. But we can come back and do something a little bit. Maybe we'll play more Kanichi. You know what? Let me just go to the bathroom. I need to go to the bathroom. But I have thoughts. It's good. I like it. That's my favorite lore thing I've been told to look into to read ever yet, frankly. We have so many polearms. Would you rather she be another goddamn catalyst? Want her to be a sword character? That's fair. I'd accept her being a sword, but to be clear, I think it makes thematic sense for her to be a polearm. Just saying. That's all. That's all. And I selfishly want her to be polearm for poems only. That's all. Car cam? If I can do cat cam in a bit. Wait. Oh, he's getting up, though. No, stay. I was... Okay.
Emotions are like a raging torrent that surges through the mind. More often than not, if you try to hold them back, you'll be swept away by their unstoppable force. And if you try to ignore them entirely, you'll end up tearing yourself to pieces.
Okay, there you go. How about that? He immediately stole my chair, by the way, as soon as I got on my chair, which is very funny. He's probably going to follow me to the bathroom, but I don't know. I'll keep the camera here.
People only see what they want to, so don't be your own fool.
So maybe you get cat content. I'll even shut the door. Maybe he won't come in the bathroom if I shut the door completely.
Emotions are like a raging torrent that surges through the mind. More often than not, if you try to hold them back, you'll be swept away by their unstoppable force. And if you try to ignore them entirely, you'll end up tearing yourself to pieces. Why does Ashru sit up on the counter? To welcome our clients, of course. A kitty's gotta earn his kibble somehow.
Maybe I should start on my backlog.
The new investments should be more lucrative than newspapers and books, right?
Hello. Yeah, he left immediately, I noticed. I didn't even get into the bathroom before he jumped off the chair. So, you know.
Now that I've finished all the new books that have come out lately,
I gotta remove the tripod. In the way. Ow, fuck, what the hell? I just static shocked myself. That was a weirdly painful static shock when I touched my microphone. Can you still hear me? I'm actually minorly concerned that would have actually caused any problem with the mic, but it's probably fine. You heard the shock. Damn, nice. What did it sound like to you? Was it loud? I definitely heard it to me. I just don't know, like, if it picked up the sound of the shock, or did it pick up, like how did because the shock happened on, like, the back of the microphone. It sounded like a flick. Interesting. Okay. I don't know how the hell I got that much static built up on me, but anyways. I gotta take a bite of my apple because I'm also hungry for some reason. But anyways. In the Travail trailer, Ding describes Cereza as a god with no love left for her people, nor do they have any left for her. Interesting. Okay. Huh. I feel like... yeah, like... she kind of did forcibly take over the government. Or take over the country. Which is interesting. Considering she was also born into the power in the first place. You meant the nation's people, but this makes you think of the Fae instead. Yeah. That definitely gave the impression that she forcibly took power because of a dispute for power was the vibe I got, but it's interesting that that might have left like a lasting dislike for her in her own nation potentially. I'm down with that being a vibe if we go there, because most of the time, like even Inazuma, right? Like people like, oh, the Shogun. Oh. Has there been a region yet where they didn't fucking glaze the Archon? I mean, I guess Sumeru, because they didn't glaze the right Archon, technically. I got Promea at 30 bidding. Nice. I got a mod for you if you need it. There's more info about things her father has done. Okay. I feel like I've already done this. I'll go on a ride regardless. So, oh, well, yeah, okay. Cool. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, that makes me far more curious about the Saritsa's history. Obviously, what the fuck her plan is, because like it feels like there's vibe of, you know, she's collecting the Gnosis because it's like Celestia power, and she either wants to remove that power and give it to the more, because there's vibes of, oh, what the Fatui are doing are actually good at the end of the day. But honestly, the vibe with that story and what I would prefer more is if she was just like, because it's overly generic almost, I feel like, to be that, if that's the conclusion, right? Is that like, oh, she's trying to get the Gnosis to like fight Celestia, or whether or not that's actually good for the world, to be clear, is another outside factor. Or she's trying to fight to, like, I don't know, give that power to all people or something like that, right? Like, she's doing it for the good of people, even if the logic might be flawed in some way. Resurrecting the third descender, yeah, like, if it's something very selfish that just makes people hate her even more, but she has this core group of like really powerful individuals and this powerful organization, the Fatui, that she has organized around her that do care for her for some reason. And they managed to strike this balance of her being like, yeah, actually kind of a fucking shitty person as far as like a ruler goes to benefiting the whole of people, but being quite selfish, and no matter what, there's something about like this core in-group that does like her. Like, it makes it awful, but her lover died to her father, I will say that. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, the Gnosis is the... I forgot about the Descender being split into the Gnosis thing. He was fucking with the Abyss, yeah. Like, so, from what we understand, there's probably a good reason for that, but yeah, so if it's just like, if it's just selfish in nature, I actually like that as a plot line. She still has to convince Malika to give her the Gnosis, right? That's the only one she doesn't have, if I recall. That we've seen, at least. Maybe she got it off screen. Sort of like, maybe they're gonna off screen get the fucking Pyronosis. Didn't they say she has no love left for her nation? Yeah, I mean, yeah, well that was the statement from the other, the Dane's Life thing, right? So, book mentions the king wanted to use the Shadow Realm and the Emperor took note of that. Ah, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think they really like her. It's about her believing in her vision plan. But why do they care about reviving this third descent? Why, if a Fatui doesn't actually like... I don't know. Some of the vibes from the Fatui is that some of them do quite like the Sarita. They're very loyal to her. And if they're loyal to her not because of her, but then because of her plan... Cryo and Hydronosis were given off screen. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. But it still like happened. So I don't know, right? Like she got propaganda. Yeah, they're the Saritsa, the Fatui are just MAGA. That's why. That's why all the that's why all the Harbingers are so loyal to her. Oh god. MAGA, but you have a hot lady running the thing. And she's immortal. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Are we sure we should be giving these Gnosis to this lady? Who gave her the power to replace every member of the court that holds laws over the whole land? Who did that? Oh, it was us? Ah, shit. MAGA, but they aren't supporting Trump. Anyways, I don't know. It's interesting. Interesting. I hope this Nishnayo story goes in a direction that is that. It's interesting and not something boring. And I also hope this Nishnayo story doesn't just like completely ignore the Sarita plotline for half of it, which it might. Hoyo has done that plenty of times, where it's just like, that story will be contained within, but like most of the story is about something completely else happening there at the same time, which is not my vibe, and I'm a little bit worried that's what the story's going to be like. So, curious about how much power she already is going to be wielding once we get there. She's being introduced to possibly the height of her power. Yeah. So, and like, I presume... if this is as simple as she is successful in resurrecting the Descender... that was fucking about with the Abyss, and Celestia is asleep. I assume Celestia being asleep is a complete separate thing, and the Sarita doesn't have any specific goal to take down Celestia then, other than Celestia potentially indirectly being responsible for her, for the Descender's death, right? Why isn't the Abyss twin a Descender is BS? I don't know. I feel like... it's just going to be like a natural side effect, is that, okay, in getting this person back, glad you're happy, now the entirety of Tevat is at risk from being invaded from, you know, the horrors that be externally, because this descender, you know, maybe indeed did need to have died, right? Like, that's the whole shtick with Celestia, is that they are implied to have been protecting Tevat from the horrors that be, and supposedly the way that the travelers were coming to this place in the first place to try to make a safe haven to protect from the horrors that be. So is it even good? Maybe it is not good. It's an extreme extent of like utilitarianism, to be clear, is how I see Celestia presented as. And I don't know if the Saritsa is just being selfish as fuck, trying to get her lover back, and that's been her whole shit the whole time. Honestly, I like it. I just do need an explanation for why the Fatui are so loyal, because I feel like you wouldn't have such a massive, powerful organization so loyal to this individual if she just wanted to get her lover back and there wasn't something else, right? But we'll see. That one, there's a quest where you eat some shrooms, eat some shoots. I just assume shrooms. And animals are speaking cryptic text, and one of them says, I mean, it must have been shrooms. Syrup, mother, and Phlogiston, father, mix and burn like flames, so I think the Pantalone will somehow get the pyronosis for Irminsul burning. Interesting. Oh yeah, I wonder if Irminsul is just going to be deleted. That'd be interesting. What does Irminsul do exactly? I know it's like a record of all things that exist in Tevat, but like on a level of what it actually is, presumably maybe related somewhat to Celestia's power structure and how Tevat was terraformed, I imagine. Ley lines. Is that something that Celestia set up? It probably is. I assume like part of the terraforming in this fantasy world is that the terraforming of the planet included like creating ley lines, right? Yeah. So it probably serves a fundamental function to... Yeah, I'm aware that it censors history and protects it against forbidden knowledge. That's the very surface level of what it is, right? Not like its foundation. I presume it needed to... Like, they needed the ley lines. Like, it probably serves a foundational function, the ley lines themselves, like, providing energy to shape the planet. Like, that's probably... Irminsul might be, like, the core technology that is used to do the terraforming in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised. And then a side effect of this and how it works is that it does the whole fate baloney, right? And yes, and censors forbidden knowledge, yes. Like, I think it's multifaceted, but, like, I think it probably has some origin, maybe, in the terraforming function. But anyways. Ley lines are the fandom wiki for all of Tevat. Yeah. If it burns down, I wonder if someone will sacrifice themselves to become the new Irminsul and rewrite fate. Are we actually gonna have a Genshin character properly die for once? What if they kill Nahida? What if they kill Nahida and we get big Nahida back? Godwyn? True. Godwyn, you know what? We'd have to add a Godwyn 3 copy pasta. At the end of it all, Godwyn redeemed himself by sacrificing to preserve Irminsul.
Don't trust your eyes uncritically.
The trailer, Nahida's little leaf was orange, not green. I will...
Be your own fool.
If they actually fucking kill Nahida, and she doesn't come back, I will respect the hell out of that. Do it. Kill a playable. Kill a playable. See your Nefer stats? Sure. There you go. This is a build that's a little bit... I purposely sacrificed some crit rate to be... Whoops. To be crit clear, because I was trying to min-max my clear time the other night. Because I was curious, because the last time the hero was here was when Nefer first ran, before Columbina. And when I had a worse build, to be clear. So I was curious how much I could push the clear times on Hera. I think it's... I got 70 seconds. I think it's this is dire difficulty. I think it's pause, and this is C2 Nilo as well, by the way, which I got for free from the selector thingy. So would EM Circlet not do better? Maybe, honestly. You know, we can try it in a second. What do I have? 11.3 crit rate, 58 EM. It's kind of a goated circlet. I mean, as good as I can have. EM, crit rate, crit damage. That's okay. That's not. That's also okay. Also okay. I don't know. Should we check if we get anything with all crit rolls? All crit rolls are bust, please. Or ER. Okay. I'll do one more. I'll do one more. Okay, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. I will keep that, because that's kind of a goated circlet in many ways. I think it's the highest ER. I have an EM circlet now. No, it's not. Do I need that then? I don't know. We'll take it though. Whatever. This one is definitely critter bust though. Yeah, no, yeah, it's definitely Fab Beast. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll take it. Sure. It's barely better, to be clear, than what I already had. But we take dubs. Alright. Thank you, game. Nah, he does the sysadmit, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Sure, let's try the EM circlet. Why not? Does it show up as a recommendation? 4% use. Okay, interesting. Crit rate's at 29%? What? Also matches Nefer, that's true. It does match. Alright. I'm down if this becomes our new preferred build for me. We'll see if I get 60 seconds, that'd be cool. Or close to. I think 60 seconds might have been possible in my previous build, but just awkward because of hair behaviors. You did it all wrong. What? Come on. Take what? Oh my god, you kept interrupting me. Right, as I did my charge attack input. Crit damage is better? Usually yes, because of how it scales with Llama's buff. Because EM stats don't scale with Llama's buff.
No more lies. Time to come clean.
A new moon rises. Surge.
Branch into song by the frost moon of old.
Here.
It all adds up. Time to come clean. No more lies. Let's see what you're made of. Seek within.
Yeah, I think I'm doing less damage.
Converge. Flame.
Rush as the moon with one heart.
Positions.
Can't hide the truth. Time to come clean.
Yeah. It's basically the same though, to be clear.
By the frost moon of old.
Here.
No more lies. Time to come clean. It all adds up.
But yeah, just to be clear, this was a C0, for whoever wanted to see my Never's damage. This is a C0 R1 Never, with C2 Nilu on key. If I removed the key of Kasha's suit and like put Sucrose in here, we'd be doing a lot less damage. Still would clear easily, to be clear. But not quite as good. C2 Nilu's really good. I've read that lower section Saritsa's lover lower section on Saritsa's lover copied if you want to read it without reading the whole separate book it's in. Yeah, you can DM me if you want. Let me do one more run. Let me try to pay attention to the damage numbers I get before I switch back to the crit damage circlet. Knight is the sysadmin, yeah. She's already dead, why do you want her to suffer more? Because I think it would be somewhat unexpected, honestly, until we had our discussion here. It was not even a thought in my head that they would consider killing someone like Nahida, but I want to see them do it. That's all.
Converge. Receive my blessing with one heart.
No more lies. It all adds up. It all falls into place.
A new moon rises. Wave.
Yes, I'm purposely skipping. I'm purposely testing skipping every verse.
With all my strength.
Not here though.
New moons converge.
You're gonna teleport, right? Oh fuck! Didn't the damage. Oh well.
One heart. We pray.
No more lies.
Okay. I was sitting at some points 204k. I think. Better plot if Nahida dies, yeah. Like they have to write it well. I'm not just saying die for the sake of it, but like they could do it well. And then that would give them an excuse to bring a Dendro Archon variant back. Hey, there's a Dendro character, guys, coming out for Rhymegrass, probably. Are you ready for Rhymegrass Llama? Maybe it's the new Dendro Archon. Maybe we get adult, the original version of Nahida back for some fucking reason, because Ermin's soul burns down, and then that revives the old fucking I don't know. There's some weird justification. So Shade of Life was spoken in the trailer, so I think she'll help Nahida. Oh, so what you're saying is she'll sacrifice herself, and the Shade of Life's like, no, you're a good person, I'll revive you. Fucking, I hate it. I hate that plotline. If they're gonna fucking bait and switch with killing Nahida, no, don't like. Anyways, if they do that, then death has absolutely no meaning in Teyvat and or in Genshin as far as on a story level. Like, you can't take any fucking like drama of the character being in a risky situation ever if they do that. In my opinion. See you again, Lord of Dendra. Oh, okay. So they kill Nahida, and we do get the old version of Nahida back, or. I mean, Nahida is like she already had the gimmick, to be clear, of like the Rugadavata, became Nahida in a sense, right? But not really, but also kind of yes. So it could be the same thing again. C6 Emily and new Dendro Archon. Yeah, there you go. Okay, but yeah, I think I got more damage on the other weapon, but honestly this is like about the same, to be clear. I think the main reason crit damage cycle can be ahead fundamentally is quite simply just because also I'm still continuing to be tempted to reroll this to try to get the perfect circlet for her, but it's just because of the fact that crit damage cycle can have EM substats in conjunction, like there's two subsets you want, crit rate and EM, and it is more easy to get crit rate and EM, I think, on a crit damage main stat than it is to get a EM circlet with crit rate, crit damage, and also get like heavy crit rolls that roll perfectly, right? So I don't know. I had one there, to be clear, but yeah, maybe I could try lower crit rate, but that was about the same crit rate as I had before. I don't really want to go below 90% crit rate personally, so. Yeah, I don't know. I do want to see a death that is actually like a proper death with a playable character. But we will see. Oops. Didn't have a do yet. I did the charge attack input early.
No more lies. Let's see what you're made of.
Hello? Where's your energy? That's fucking character and RNG ass particle generation. Fucking hell. I hate RNG particle gen.
You poor lost with all my strength.
Can't hide the truth. all adds up. Time to come clean.
A new moon rises. Branch into song
What?
for the
Whatever.
everlasting forest.
No.
Positions.
No more lies.
I think we're doing like 10% more damage with this circlet.
Let's see what you're made of.
Three moons converge. Surge. Receive my blessing.
Oh my god, really?
By the frost moon hold. Here.
Can't hide the truth. No more lies. The deception ends here.
A new moon rises. Branch into song for the everlasting forest. With all my strength.
It all adds up. No more lies.
I don't know. I'd have to do more testing. Like, it's possible the EM circle could actually be better for me. I'm not actually sure. Hi, Foxy Man. Hello, Palooza. How's it going? Why are you guys attacking every character like in this game? Everyone hates Child. He's a terrible person. He's a worse person than the Sarita. That's probably not true. Well, I think I dislike Child more as a character than the Sarita on my current knowledge. So, or like, you know, changing neuter or curse and something in like Ray Rear. Okay, yeah. I like the character. The kid is ass. I think the kid is interesting. Not very good, but interesting. So, you know. Alright. I have to go for D&D in 5 minutes. Can we beat
Neutralize.
this in 5 minutes? It's like 2 attempts.
Locked on. That's a really bad start, but we'll continue.
Ambiance. Controlled breathing. Start the
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky.
Rain from your skin. Not bad.
Oh, glory! Your soul in sacrifice. Quick as a flash. Let's
Light it up. Light of the blazing sun.
fresh and
Right.
floral. Step aside. Start the
Rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge.
I got him cornered.
bow before your king. The dead would lay. A little on
That was pointless, but whatever.
control breathing. Let's
I should not have done the charge attack there.
Target acquired.
This is very bad. This is a very bad attempt. Nope, I'm missing all my holdies.
fresh and floral.
Yeah, anyways, I'm not gonna be able to get that. I did too poorly on the shield phases. Yes, it takes 60% of its damage. 60% of Night Soul damage done to it during the shield phase is converted to damage to it. So what I have found, because I don't have full buffs up in the first shield phase, I do not confidently actually know if it's better to actually do cannon shots in the first phase. It's definitely better for me to do cannon shots afterwards. But like I can just ring around the Rosie until it breaks for the like first rotation.
Brighten up the place. Control breathing.
And it doesn't make that much of a difference
Pyroclastic
because
surge.
we can't do as much damage
Locked on.
without having our buffs up anyways, right? Pop a 50. Ow, smack.
Stronger. Start the
Burn it down. Wrath from the sky.
I think it's worth doing.
floral.
Target acquired.
And crit. Redo. Breaking the shield faster should be better. Mob, I played this for 4 fucking hours. Do you think I didn't test that? It wasn't better. I assure you. To be clear, there are times where it is better to shoot a little bit more and not get overly aggressive with the cannon shots.
Extract.
But also, like, do you realize that the burning hits do more for getting the shield up? The burning hits do more for getting the shield done than Kenichi's poo-poo.
Really are a one-trick pony, you know.
Anyways, but the papilla is interesting for the nuance, to be clear, of how you deal with it with Kenichi. I like the balance of it, but it is not as clear as only pew pew or only not. But we can play around a little bit with pew pewing at the start, in particular. I do want to get more vibe of this. Hello, where's your energy?
A
Jesus.
little ambiance.
All right.
Controlled breathing. On my
Rise with the sun. Light up the
A
blazing.
little slow. Alright.
extract the glory which none can compare.
Yeah.
Burn it down.
I love having to wait for eons on particles. And that one might have been better to wait, I'm not sure. Oh, I missed it. Jesus. Minus 300k damage.
Let's
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky.
I got him cornered.
bow before your
Let's iframe this. Ow.
Start them. Light it up. Light up the blazing sun.
Okay. Go do this, I think. Can I switch? Hello?
controlled breathing. Let's
Pyroclastic surge.
Russian floral.
I maybe should have done Kenichi burst there instead. Damn. Okay. You need to do a little bit more damage. That was actually just missed that one. Ian might have actually had it there. I tend to get him angry most of the time. Yeah, I don't know how you managed to do that, Mob. Oh, I need to go. God damn it. God damn it. No, one more run. One more. Well, EFB. EVB.
Recon.
Rise with the sun.
I got him cornered.
That was too slow. Redo. 5Es is possible with C0. I've been trying to do 5Es most of the time. I wasn't getting it every rotation, but I was getting it a bunch of rotations.
Light it up.
Target acquired.
6Es is technically possible. No, I'm not doing 6Es. Never.
This will brighten up the place. Controlled breathing. Start the
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky.
Oh, alarm going
Well
off.
done. Claim these souls.
Yeah, that's 5.
your soul. Sacrifice. Stronger. Let's
Pyroclastic surge. Full thrust.
Nope.
Russian floral. Quick as a flash. Start
cornered.
Prepping for the tree burning S match, exactly. Damn it, slow. Ah, I knew I was gonna get hit by that. Damn it. I should have done that earlier, honestly.
Reconstitute.
Oh my gosh.
Control breathing. Let's
Light it up! Wrap from the sky!
Locked on.
This actually could have been a winning run if I think I hadn't gotten interrupted there. There's still a chance, but maybe not. With why am I failing the holds every time? God, can you just hold? These are the most pain in the ass fucking thing to do in this game. I swear. Like they're satisfying to pull off, but also just fucking annoying.
On my light of the blazing sun!
For the Lord of the Night.
They're so annoying. Shut up, alarm. If the Saritsa is Cyrene, I'll cry. I mean, that would explain why she's in love with someone from another planet.
extract.
Light it up!
Quick as a flash.
Target acquired.
Yeah, I got a 50 there.
Russian floral. Control breathing. Start the
Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge!
And get the fifth one. Nice.
my weakness. Quick as a flash. Let's
Burn it down!
Okay.
Wrap from the sky!
Locked on.
Okay.
this will brighten up the place.
On my rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge!
I got him cornered. Claim these souls.
Oh, damn it. That's gonna cause us to miss an E. Oh, whatever.
Neutralize. Control breathing. Full speed ahead.
Wow, where's my energy? Yeonsan, no!
Burn it down!
Yeonsan, you just cooked a good attempt. That probably means I missed some kind of skill somewhere that. Normal attack. Skill, normal attack, then burst in Yeonsan to clear the burning and quicken first. I don't want to kill. No. Clearing the burning is generally bad. Like I am doing skill normal attack on Yeonsan during the down phase. Clearing the burning, I have found, causes significant issues in erasing the burning aura. During the down phase.
Light it up!
Form first.
And the only way I get around that is by doing an extra Moika E that requires an additional swap. That's not the word at the time, generally speaking. It can be maybe, but during some of the shield phases.
Reconstitute.
Burn it down!
Quick as a flash.
He can get mad, but he is. The reason I get mad is because you backseat a lot. Love Emily videos. Emily main, nice. Need to make another video on her.
Neutralize. Light it up!
Control breathing.
Locked on.
One thing you can backseat, by the way, is you can let me know I shouldn't miss my E's. I should make sure my E's actually hit. But one deceptively, I need to end my stream by the way because I need to go to D&D. But one deceptively annoying thing with
Reconstitute.
Burn it down!
doing the can you hold E's, you have to
I got him cornered.
do the hold E, and you have to like. So this is just happy, right? It's very slow. You can only do 4 of them. If you hold E, you can get more E's total out, but you have to account for the camera and
Light it up!
aim the camera properly. That was a very bad start. So, anyways, hi aggro. 5 skill kind of useless if you miss. Correct.
Rise with
Incorrect.
Quick as a flash.
God damn it. Doesn't really matter in this one, but... Why did I only do 130k? If I didn't scroll.
Control breathing.
Start to burn it down. Light up the blazing.
Oh my god, fucking... speaking of camera there. That was terrible. Alright, whatever. We're not doing it. We're not doing it right now. Alright. No, you need to go to Moeka more than once? What are you talking about? What do you mean go to Moeka more than once? I mentioned that as a possibility for making it so that I can avoid the burning aura loss. Otherwise, that's the only reason. Otherwise, why would I go to Moeka more than once? Found one more player looking forward to Nicole? Yeah. It'll be a sad day when I log into someone's account to do whatever, and they have Emily, and they didn't pull Nicole because, oh, I thought Nicole was bad. And then, like, I'm just like, oh, no. Yes, I go to. Do you not realize I'm going from Moeka to Kanich to try to get as much uptime as possible for the buff from Moeka on Kanich? The whole reason we're bursting on Moeka is because of the burst damage buff, the damage bonus, which reduces over time fairly quickly. But anyways, I guess Mob isn't gonna answer right now. That's fine. I need to go, so let's go raid someone quick. Have a wonderful day, YouTubes. I will probably plan for the rest of the week is to hopefully do unit review stream, more viewer Stygian. Maybe we'll do a stream where I try Stygian on Tarz's account, which will be... I have no confidence in my ability to clear Stygian on Tarz's account, but maybe I underestimate the difficult, or maybe I'm overestimating the difficulty in some ways. It's to lose the aura from Eon Song because you're going to Mav after. Yeah, but that requires an extra swap. Like Genshin is a fucking 2-second swap cooldown. Well, 1 second technically, but like 1 second plus the animation time. You go to Moeka anyway at a burst. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're even trying to argue. This is why I get angry when you mob. You try to backseat and then I get confused of what are you even trying to say. Your advice generally comes off as backseating rather than like trying to give advice most of the time. That's all I can say. Anyways, Emily, Eonson, Moeka, Kanich. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Okay, let's go raid someone. Anyways, bye YouTubes. Thanks for joining the stream. It was fun. Says Naya lore better than Sun and Moon. That writer's a dipshit. That's the conclusion.